pedo-loving Nazis. Fuck your whole agenda and your fucking atrocities. And fuck Christians, pedo-loving Nazis. We coming for the throne. Watch it fall to pieces. Blood in the city snow, no slides still and cold. Cared for the ones who serve this country, 37 years old. Alex held the hands of dying soldiers, worked the night shift at the VA. Walked outside to help his neighbors for some blood stole his life that day. Fuck Christians, pedo-loving Nazis. They killed the healer in the snow. Not a crime upon his name. They call him terrorist by evening. The blood froze before the ambulance came. When Lincoln was first to fall, a mother shot inside her car. How many citizens must die before we see our we fuck Christians, pedo-loving Nazis. They killed the hero in the snow. His neighbor said he was kind. His father said, I can't get answers from anybody. 10 below zero. The blood froze before the ambulance came. Yeah. rapist in chief with his predator grin. Fuck the crypto grifters and the cons they spin. Fuck the cowboys marching with their tiki toe flames. Fuck every part in Trump sign in his name. Fuck the crypto fascists preaching hate from the pew. Fuck the oligarchs buying politicians to use. Fuck the technocrats thinking they above the law. Fuck the right-wing extremists. Fuck them all raw. Hey, fuck Christians, pedo-loving Nazis. Fuck your whole agenda and your fucking atrocities. Fake fuck Christians, pedo-loving Nazis. We come here for the throne. You're watching for the pieces. Millionaire class with the tax-free ride. Fuck all the senators with nothing inside. Drinking poison. Spinning lies to pay. Fuck the boss capes and the cruelty machine. Fuck the Supreme Court crowning a fascist hate. Fuck the silence of cowards who should speak up loud. Fuck every single face in their red hat crowd. Hey, fuck Christians, pedo-loving Nazis. Fuck your own agenda and your fucking atrocities. Hey, fuck Christians, pedo-loving Nazis. We coming for the throne. Watching for the pieces. You're listening to Antifa FM. You go to AntifaFM.com. You're listening to the Voice of America. Fuck Trump. Fuck MAGA. You all should fucking die. That's what we feel like. You're a bunch of fucking losers. The sooner you all fucking die and get the fuck off this planet, the better the planet will be. Right? Fuck you, motherfuckers. That's how we feel. How you guys doing? Fucking Nazis, racists, pedo-loving, fucking bigots, full of fucking hate. You're all a bunch of fucking losers. Fuck every traitor with the cold dead heart. Nazis, fuck your whole agenda and your fucking atrocities. Fuck Christians, pedo-loving Nazis. Hey guys, like, they're rape publicans. Fucking rape publicans. That's what they are. Bunch of fucking rapists, pedo-loving Nazi fuckturds. Rape publicans. Fucking joke. MAGA fucking joke. That's what they are. Alright, I'm gonna do some weeding at my house. What's up, Cindy? Extremists. Fuck them all. Fake Christians, better than Nazis. Fuck your agenda and fucking atrocities. Fake Christians, better than Nazis. We coming for the throne. Watch it for the pieces. Fuck the billionaire class with their tax-free ride. Fuck the bootleg senators with nothing inside. Fuck the MAGA cult drinking poison every day. Fuck the talking heads spinning lies for pay. Fuck the border camps and the cruelty machine. Fuck the Supreme Court crowning a fascist regime. Fuck the silence from cowards who should speak up loud. Fuck every single face in the red-hat crowd. Fake like Christians, pedo-loving Nazis. Fuck your whole agenda and your fucking atrocities. Fake like Christians, pedo-loving Nazis. Be coming for the throne. Watch it for the pieces. Fuck your thoughts and prayers. Fuck your laws and lies. Fuck your stolen power. Watch it fucking Fuck the fallen president and his golden tower. Fuck the sycophants begging for a taste of power. Fuck the book bands, word bands, banning who we love. Fuck the false prophets claiming they speak from above. Fuck the dark money buying every vote. Fuck the propaganda showing down our throat. Fuck the deportation flights tearing leaves apart. Fuck every traitor with a cold dead heart. Fake Christians, better than Nazis. Fuck your whole agenda and your fucking atrocities. Fake Christians, better than Nazis. We coming for the throne, watch it for the pieces. Yeah, 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 yeah. Fuck them all. Fuck them all. Fuck them all. Raise your voice, America! You know the truth! Birth certificate 2011, racist lies, a stairway to heaven. Big crowd, alternative facts, Mexico gonna pay, take that shit back. Lock her up, she's walking free, his crew went to jail, the irony. Eating the dogs, eating the cats, Sprinkle said nobody don't need facts. Lie, 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 lie. That's the only place I want Christian people loving Nazi. Lie, 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 lie. Every single day I want Christian people loving Nazi. Bible's his favorite, can't quote a verse, 2 Corinthians, but America first. Never asked God for forgiveness once, held the Bible like a prop, what a stunt. Life money barely know, very fine people, swastikas too. Sold you the fear and sold you the hate, 30,000 lies is cut great. Lies, that's the only play. Fight for Christian battle, love it, Nazi. Lies, lies, lies. Every single day. Fight for Christian battle, love it, Nazi. Drug prices down 500%. Sixth grader knows that's not how math went. Taxes, you pay the bill. Stealing your money and lying still. Stolen elections, 60 courts said no. January 6th, watch it all burn slow. Million COVID dead, it's gonna disappear. Flood the zone with shit year after year. Lies, 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 lies. That's the only play. Fake, fuck Christian, battle, love it, Nazi. Lies, 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 lies. We see right through you. Fake, fuck Christian, we're coming for you. We see through the lies. We see through the lies. We see through the lies. Fake for Christian. Get up, stand up, parody. Get up, stand up. Stand up for the truth. Don't give up the fight. Expose the devil's crew. Get up, stand up. Don't be no fake fuck Christian. Preaching love on Sunday. Praying in the kitchen. Little love is Nazi. Hiding in the steeple. Touching little lambs while the choir's in a heap. Cross on your neck. Flies like a in your heart. Building walls and hate. Every family's apart. I deep in the midnight rain, snatching dreams from the street, leaving babies afraid. You thought the good, but twisted for your gain. Billionaire, don't respond in your holy pain. Get up, stand up, call out the Gestapo blow. From the pulpit to the border, let the real fire show. Faithful Christian, stand up and love it, Nazi. Fight back behind the Bible, but your soul's getting trashy. Fuck the fake Christian, rise up and love it, Nazi. Raise on the border, kids in the cage. She's faithful Christian, better love it, Nazi. Lights in the pews, pitting us against us. We pray no more. Stand up for the truth. Don't give up the fight. Stand up. All right, boys with torchlight, preaching purity rings while protecting the night friends. Family value frauds, cover tracks and confession. Nazi youth in the face, concealing dark obsession. On idle tweeting from his golden throne. God getting ghosted while your empire's overthrown. Undocumented fire burning through the lies. From the sweat in your people to the tears in their eyes. No more turning cheeks, we flipping the Holy Square. Revolution in the rhyme, watch the whole damn shit slip. Billionaire, Gestapo, your time's running dry. We the flood rise away, goodbye to the sky. Faithful Christians and love Nazi. I behind the Bible, but your soul's getting trashy. Fuck the fake Christian, rise up and love Nazi. Burn down rates on the borders, kids in the cage. Faithful Christian, and love Nazi. The lights in the pews, taking us against us. We ain't praying no more. Get up, stand up, crush, stand up for the truth. Don't give up the fight. Faithful Christian, battle of the Nazi. Your time's up, Babylon revolution now. Stand up for the truth. Christian. Should say beats. Minds of machine intelligence. Should say yes. Look forward. Fake sie alle in Einzelnen. Fick den Vergewaltiger-Chef mit seinem Raubtiergrinsen. Fick die Krypto-Betrüger und die Lügen, die sie spinnen. Fick die Proud Boys, die mit Fackeln marschieren. Fick jede Begnadigung, die Trumps innieren. Fick die Christofaschisten, die Hass von der Kanzel predigen. Fick die Oligarchen, die Politiker kaufen und erledigen. Fick die Technokraten, die über den Gesetz sich erheben. Fick die reichsten Extremisten, fick ihr ganzes Schreiben. Fick fuck is das, they don't love me now. Fick your whole agenda and your fucking atrocities. Fick fuck is das, they don't love me now. We coming for the throne. Watch it fall to pieces. Watch it fall to pieces. Klasse mit der steuerfreien Fahrt. Fick die Speichellecker, Senatoren, innerlicher Staat. Fick den Magerkult, der täglich sein Gift trinkt. Fick die Mediennutten, deren Lügennetz schwingt. Fick die Grenzlager und die Grausamkeitsmaschine. Fick das oberste Gericht, das gründet ein faschistisches Regime. Fick das Schweigen der Feiglinge, die schreien sollten. Fick ins Gesicht mit toten Mützen, wie sie wollten. Fuck Christians, loving Nazis. Fuck your whole agenda and your fucking atrocities. Fuck Christians, loving Nazis. We're coming for the throne. Watch it fall to pieces. Fuck your thoughts and prayers. Fuck your laws and lies. Fuck your stolen power. Watch it fucking die. Fick den Verbrecherpräsidenten und seinen goldenen Turm. Fick die Speichellecker, die betteln um Macht im Sturm. Fick die Buchverbote, Wortverbote verbieten, wen wir lieben. Fick die falschen Propheten, die behaupten, von oben geschrieben. Fick das Schwarzgeld, das jede Stimme kauft. Fick die Propaganda, die uns den Hals runterläuft. Fick die Abschiebeflüge, die Leben auseinanderreißen. Fick jeden Verräter mit deinem Herzen außer Eis. Hey, fuck Christians, pedo-loving Nazis. Fuck your whole agenda and your fucking atrocities. Hey, fuck Christians, pedo-loving Nazis. We're coming for the throne. Watch it fall to pieces. Fick sie alle. Fick sie alle. Fick sie alle. You thought you were untouchable, above your laws of man. You raped and killed the innocent and hid it from the land. Your island was a playground, your dungeon and your feast. But now the files are open and we have seen the beast. No more silence, no more lies. It's time to look up in the eye. Season on the red. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Oh yeah, it's hunting season on the the reckoning is arrived. Hunting season. Hunting season. Billionaires and royals, politicians in the ring. We knew about your secrets, we know of everything. You flew in for the thrill, you turned on human flesh. You thought you'd never spill, but now you must confess. No more silence. Time to look up in the eye. It's time to see. season on the river. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. It's something season on the river. The reckoning has arrived. We are the people, we are the storm, we are the justice, the newly reborn. We see your faces, we know your name. The truth will free us. You wear the chain. Break fuck, push, better love it, not cheat. 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 Epstein didn't kill himself, and neither did the rest. We silenced all the witnesses, but we won't be suppressed. Your acid and your money, your power and your might can't stop a million voices rising for what's right. It's something season on the red. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. It's something season on the red. The reckoning has arrived. Hunting season. Hunting season. Call them out. Call them out. Call them out. Hear the sound. Call them out. Minneapolis, snow biting her cheeks, engine still warm from the schoolroom. She backs out slow, no radio on, and the flash 3 pops through the glass. No siren, no badge flash, just ice in their eyes. Bullets kiss her forehead, her temple, her grin. Red blooms on white, she folds like a prayer. Mom gone in 3 beats, silence thicker than air. Little boy waits by the window, backpack half zip. Mom's coat hangs empty, keys glint on the script. Teacher says he's quiet now, crayon stay sharpie, draw stick, figures bleeding art class. After dark, no lullabies. No, you got this, just wind through the crack where her voice used to live. Now only snow taps back. He grows tall too quick, fists tight in his sleep. Dreams of her laughter turning into a beat. Breathe in May, 3 shots for your name. Ice don't care if love spelled it the same, but we scream louder, louder, letting them freeze. Your kids' heartbeat drums won't let them have peace. Vigil hits the streets, phone nights like stars. Thousand voices weaving who she really was not theirs. Woman who fed strays, wrote haikus at 3 a.m. Gold foot clips past 7 digits, coins drop like amen. No more terrorist stickers on her porch or her grave. Minnesotans march, boots crunching her wave. They chant her kids 8666 till the echo cracks. Marble makes cowards quit. Fuck all of them, every single one. Fuck the rapist in chief with his predator grin. Fuck the crypto grifters and the cons they spin. Fuck the Proud Boys marching with their tiki torch flames. Fuck every part of Trump signed in his name. Fuck the Christo fascists preaching hate from the pews. Fuck the oligarchs buying politicians to you. Fuck the technocrats thinking they above the law. Fuck the right-wing extremists. Fuck them all on my life. Fuck Christians, loving Nazis. Fuck your whole agenda and your fucking atrocities. Fake fuck Christians, loving Nazis. Coming for the throne, watch it fall to pieces. Fuck the billionaire class with their tax-free rides. Fuck the bootleg senators with nothing inside. Fuck the MAGA cult drinking poison every day. Fuck the talking heads spinning lies for pay. Fuck the border camps and the cruelty machine. Fuck the Supreme Court crowning a fascist regime. Fuck the silence from cowards who should speak up loud. Fuck every single face in that red hat crowd. Fake fuck Christians, better loving Nazis. Fuck your whole agenda and your fucking atrocities. Fake fuck Christians, better loving Nazis. Coming for the throne, watch it fall to pieces. Fuck your thoughts and prayers. Fuck your laws and lies. Fuck your stolen power. Watch it fucking die. Fuck the violent president and his golden tower. Fuck the sycophants begging for a taste of power. Fuck the book bans, word bans, banning who we love. Fuck the false prophets claiming they speak from above. Fuck the dark money buying every vote. Fuck the propaganda shoved down the throat. Fuck the deportation flights tearing lives apart. Fuck every traitor with a cold dead heart. Fake fuck Christians, fake loving Nazis. Fuck your whole agenda and your fucking atrocities. Fake fuck Christians, fake loving Nazis. Coming for the throne, watch it fall to pieces. Fuck them all. Fuck them all. Yeah. Fuck all of them. Every single one. Fuck the rapist in chief with his predator grin. Fuck the crypto grifters and the cons they spin. Fuck the Proud Boys marching with the tiki torch flames. Fuck every part of Trump signed in his name. Fuck the Christo fascists preaching hate from the pews. Fuck the oligarchs buying politicians to use. Fuck the technocrats thinking they above the law. Fuck the right-wing extremists. Fuck them all raw. Fake fuck Christian. Hate all of it Nazi. Fuck the billionaire class with the tax-free ride. Fuck the bootleg senators with nothing inside. Fuck the MAGA cult drinking poison every day. Fuck the talking heads spinning lies for pay. Fuck the border camps and the cruelty machine. Fuck the Supreme Court crowning a fascist regime. Fuck the silence from cowards who should speak up loud. Fuck every single face in that red hat crowd. Hey, fuck the Christians. They're a loving Nazi. Fuck your whole agenda and your fucking atrocity. Hey, fuck the Christians. They're a loving Nazi. We're coming for the throne. Watch it fall to pieces. Fuck your thoughts and prayers. Fuck your laws and lies. Fuck your stolen power. Watch it fucking die. Fuck the villain president and his golden tower. Fuck the sycophants begging for a taste of power. Fuck the book bans, word bans, banning who we love. Fuck the false prophets claiming they speak from above. Fuck the dark money buying every vote. Fuck the propaganda shoved down our throat. Fuck the deportation flights tearing lives apart. Fuck every traitor with a cold dead heart. Hey, fuck the Christian, they don't love a Nazi. Fuck your whole agenda and your fucking atrocity. Hey, fuck the Christian, they don't love a Nazi. We're coming for the throne, watch it fall to pieces. Fuck them all, fuck them all, fuck them all.
I'm doing concrete, Nathan. Eating cake again. Don't be disrespectful. Sorry.
Tenía 14 para el lago, 94. Sé que la metió como mercancía por la puerta. Le di un codazo a tu presidente, dijo, está buena, va. Él sonrió, asintió, testimonio judicial, ahí está. No es chisme, no es tal vez, es documento legal. Tu presidente sonrió.
Don't be disrespectful. Eating cake again.
Muchos vuelos en el Lolita Express, récord federal. 4 con Maxwell, ella cumple 20, el bien protegido. Un vuelo, trompeta y una de 20 sin nombre, solo con un depredador. Pero a ella la
I guess I can do more in my yard now.
Pero tu presidente sí, y pusiste a esa imagen el poder. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? Viste el video de Access,
I guess go.
votaste igual. Agarrarla por el culo, dijiste que está normal. Lo viste burlarse del discapacitado, llenaste la boleta, miraste cómo enjaulaba cipotes. Cagaste, mira lo que votaste. A un hombre que sonrió, a una de 14, mira lo que votaste. Registro de vuelo y grito de cipota muerta. Falso cristiano, hijo de puta, nazi, come pedófilo. Ahora mira a tus hijos a los ojos. Agosto 2020, denuncia del FBI en un archivo. Sobreviviente dice que a los 13 pestañas la pagó por la línea traficada por su tío. Pero los clientes pagaban pitos. Tu presidente participó regularmente. Eso sí está verificado vos mismo. Y cuando parió siendo cipota, una cipota propia, su tío mató al bebé mientras tu héroe miraba. Dice bajo juramento, recién nacida, lago Michigan, agua helada, noche de invierno. Esa acusación está en los archivos, pero vas a decir que no es cierto. El GOT dice no verificado, afirmaciones sensacionalistas, pero lo soltaron con su nombre, lo soltaron con su nombre, si es falso, porque está ahí, no es nada, porque está cagado, porque desaparecieron archivos, porque 1 millón de páginas siguen guardadas. Y ecoconspiradores el FBI tenía la lista. Uno en Ohio, 3 en Florida, ya captas la pista. Boston, Nueva York, Connecticut, le llegaron citaciones. Solo Maxwell acusada, los otros 9 nunca los ha visto. 9 pedófilos protegidos, expuestos nunca jugados. Votas por la máquina que dejó a los depredadores escapar.
Mira lo que votas.
Co-conspiradores andan libres.
Mira lo que votas.
Un bebé en el fondo del mar.
Mira lo que votas.
Falso cristiano, hijo de puta, nazi, come pedófilo.
Mira lo que votas.
Y te llamas Provida. Déjame hablarle a la gente de iglesia un momento. Lo de las cruces y las guías de votación. Los que dicen que están salvando bebés. Mientras votan por un hombre en los archivos. Testimonio judicial, cipota de 14 años. Esta está buena, va. Él sonrió, él asintió. Archivo del FBI, cipota de 13 años. Traficada, embarazada, parió su bebé asesinado, cuerpo tirado. Él miró, dice ella, él miró. Y pusiste una bandera en tu patio. Y usaste la gorra roja y dijiste que fue enviado por Dios. Y miraste a tu hija a la cara y votaste por eso.
¿Qué clase de cristiano sos?
¿Qué clase de padre?
¿Qué clase de ser humano?
70.000 muertos en Gaza, votaste por eso. 1,5 millones de cipotes, pues nadie a quien llamar. 51.000 al año cuando Medicaid se acabe. Veteranos en espera mientras despiden a los de crisis. 105 pescadores volados del agua. 68 migrantes bombardeados en una celda. La hija de alguien. Tus hermanos salvadoreños encerrados en el seco. Sin juicio, sin abogados, aparecidos del mapa.
Pero nada de eso importaba. Conseguiste tu recorte de impuestos.
Conseguiste tu recorte, conseguiste tu venganza contra los izquierdistas y solo costó tu alma y una pila de cipotes muertos.
Mira lo que votas.
No digas que no sabía.
Mira lo que votas.
Los archivos están ahí, lo muestran.
Mira lo que votas.
Falso cristiano, hijo de puta, nazi, come pedófilo.
Mira lo que votas.
Esta sangre está en tu mano ya.
Mira lo que votas.
8 vuelos con un traficante de niños.
Mira lo que votas.
Esta está buena, ¿va?
Mira lo que votas.
Un bebé en el lago Michigan.
Mira lo que votas.
Y vas a votar por él otra vez, ¿va? Va. Lo vas a hacer de nuevo. Porque nunca te importaron los hipotes. Solo te importaba el control.
Falso cristiano.
Por pedófilos.
Nazi.
Mira lo que votaste. Mira lo que hiciste.
Mira lo que votaste. Mira lo que votaste. Mira lo que votaste. Mira lo que votaste.
The black and red, raw, vicious Irish lamenting. Slow friend after every 2 lines, louder and meaner each time. Feck fuck Christians, you paid all of the mercy. Feck fuck Christians, you paid all of the Nazi. Feck fuck Christians, you paid all of the Nazi. Black trucks roll at midnight, same color as the old black and tan. Strip mothers from the child like the Axis did to Irish clans. Fake for Christians, you pedo-loving Nazis. Kids in wire cages now sing screams once heard in Balbriggan. Icemen kick the doors and sing with the tans. Burn coke to ash, drag fathers to the vans. No warrant, no trial, just the lash. Fake for Christians, you pedo-loving Nazis. Deportation trains are running echoes of the coffin ships. The ashy signs the papers grinning a red hat like a British general's plume. Quotes the Bible while he builds internment camps and desert tombs. Fed for Christians, you pay to love and Nazis. Same old divide and conquer game, just swap the green for brown. Pardons his proud boys, calls the loose boys very fine again. Watch them storm the Capitol like you watched us burn in 21. Fake for Christians, you pay to love and Nazis. History's just repeating different flags, same original sin. Raids at dawn and workplace, same terror the omen used to bring. Snatch the men from factories, leave the women the wedding ring. Fake fuck Christians, you paid all of the Nazis. Project 20 boys, the new penal laws, and everything but name they preach. Love thy neighbor, then ship yourself to some bastard walls. Same sermon, the ascendancy gave before they took it all. Fake fuck Christians, you paid all of the Nazis. History's empire, newer accent, same hunger to make us crawl. This land was meant for freedom, not for foreign boots or homegrown chains, not for orange despots or the black-clad raiding gangs. You ain't fake for Christians, you pedo-loving Nazis. We broke the ties before we'll break the hands in half again. Fake for Christians, you pedo-loving Nazis. Fake for Christians, you pedo-loving Nazis. Your empire's crumbling like Dublin Castle in the flame. We're rising from the ashes and we'll never wear your shame. Fake for Christians, you pedo-loving Nazis.
Yeah. Los 12 días de la hipocresía maga. El primer día de Navidad, tu fake fa.
Sorry, Cindy. That fixed. He said he doesn't support Trump. He said he doesn't support Trump, Cindy. Yeah. See him next month. I left my clippers at the farm. Trying to go back to the farm. I'm gonna make some. I'm gonna make some strawberry hangers out of large bamboo. So I'm gonna put them into my strawberry, and I'm gonna create a terraced farm where because my strawberries are runners. They're runners. Wow, what's it doing?
Next time I do, she's a
All right, let's go about the summit. The summit was such a fucking failure, dude. The summit.
So, Donald Trump and Xi Jinping are meeting in Beijing this week, and if the footage is anything like prior summits, we'll be treated to two men in suits walking very slowly through a building, shaking hands at a slightly uncomfortable distance, and staring at each other like two people who've been set up on a blind date by a mutual friend who has since left the country. Now, to recap,
I love this guy.
This
guy is so great.
Last year, tariffs between the United States and China hit levels that hadn't been seen since the 1930s. The US put tariffs of up to 145% on Chinese goods. China retaliated with tariffs of 125% on American goods. And then, just to keep things interesting, restricted exports of rare earth minerals, which are used in basically everything from vacuum cleaners to fighter jets, but mostly vacuum cleaners. This went on for a while, and then both sides appeared to quietly realize that they were running out of things to put tariffs on. So they agreed to a 90-day truce, which is the one currently in effect, and which expires in November. Now, expectations for this summit are, to put it generously, modest. The press have taken to calling it the Beans and Boeing Summit, which tells you something about the level of ambition. Both leaders arrive at this summit under considerable domestic stress, but for very different reasons. China is dealing with a property sector that has been falling for years and shows no real signs of stopping. Youth unemployment that the government briefly dealt with by not publishing the numbers anymore, and a demographic decline that no amount of government encouragement seems to be fixing. The US president is dealing with the inflationary consequences of his own policies, falling approval ratings, and a military situation in the Middle East that's not going particularly well. So this is the backdrop. Two economies under strain, a temporary truce that expires in a few months, and a summit that will be mostly remembered for the photographs. But the thing that almost
Did you see the Chinese memes of them all like one person, and then they're all like laying hands on that one person? They were making fun of the Christian nationalists. They're like, it went trending in China, like, oh, one person looking down and everyone touching their shoulders. Did you see that, City? That shit was funny. And then they got another one of Trump like jumping on a trampoline or something. Like completely unserious, flip-flopping. It's so fun.
On the news will explain, because it requires about 10 minutes of patience and some basic accounting, is that the problem these two leaders are trying to solve is not really a political problem at all.
No.
It's an accounting problem, and the reason it never gets fixed is not that politicians are unwilling to fix it, it's that most of them don't appear to understand what's actually causing it. And that's what this video is about. To understand the current trade dispute, we need to look at what trade is actually supposed to be. About 6 months ago, Robin Harding wrote a piece in the Financial Times about a trip he took to China, where he posed the same question again and again to the economists, technologists, and business leaders he met with. His question was simple. Trade is an exchange where you provide something of value to me, and in return, I offer something of value to you. So, what exactly does China want to buy from the rest of the world? But before we dig into the answer, let me tell you about this week's video sponsor, Mammoth AI. If you use AI tools, you probably factories in Europe, which is not really an answer to the question, but it does tell you quite a lot about how a single day longer than it has to. A few of the economists he spoke to would perhaps check it out using the link in the description. The answer consistently was nothing. Harding came away with the understanding that there is nothing China believes it cannot make better and cheaper domestically, and nothing for which it wants to rely on foreigners for a single day longer than it has to. A few of the economists he spoke to, who had perhaps pondered the issue already, jumped ahead to a different point altogether. Their answer to the question of what China would like to buy from the rest of the world was you should let Chinese companies set up factories in Europe, which is not really an answer to the question, but it does tell you quite a lot about how they see the problem. Now, to a certain type of politician, this might sound like a triumph of national strategy until you remember how trade actually works. The basic idea, going all the way back to David Ricardo, is that trade is supposed to be mutually beneficial. The entire purpose of selling your goods abroad is to acquire foreign currency so that you can buy the foreign goods that you need. If you accumulate foreign exchange that you never intend to spend, you're not running a brilliant economic strategy. You're just collecting pieces of paper. And if your goal is to systematically put the rest of the world's manufacturing out of business, you eventually run into a problem. Your customers won't have any money left to buy all of the goods that you're hoping to sell them. This makes no sense. It's the equivalent of the town's baker aggressively pricing the butcher, the brewer, and the candle maker into bankruptcy, and then looking around a few years later, wondering why nobody in town can afford bread. During the first China shock in the early 2000s, China's export surged, but so did their import. They were buying up the sophisticated equipment needed to build their factories. Today, as Samira Keynes pointed out in the FT, China's import volumes are comparatively anemic. They are selling, but they're not buying, which raises a fairly obvious question. If the strategy eventually makes everyone poorer, including...
I blocked him. I hit him from the YouTube channel. You're talking about regulator? You're talking about regulator? Are you talking about regulator? Got GA, Georgia regulator. I removed him today. I hit him from the channel. Yeah, he's gone. I did it before I got on the stream today. So all his comments should be gone. I blocked him on the comments. It's getting hard. You know, some of the problem I have is it's like Nathan and your regulator, you know, they've been coming and trolling in this channel so long. You know, my brain is like, I can't keep him straight. It's like, oh, is he regular dude or is he a troll? How do you like that sound? How you been, JS? How you been, Cindy? I did some weeding at my house. I did some weeding at the farm. I left my my clippers out the farm. I think I left it there. I like this guy though. Let's listen. This guy. This guy's so smart. I can't remember what his name is. He's ugly.
Why would you do it? To understand why a country would do this, it helps to look at the work of Michael Pettis, a finance professor at Peking University and a senior fellow at the Carnegie Endowment. Pettis has been writing about this for years, and his core argument is that trade surpluses and deficits are not really caused by trade policy. They're the automatic consequence of domestic savings and investment decisions. Here's what he means by that. When a government suppresses household income through low interest rates on savings, an undervalued currency, weak labor protections, and other policies that effectively transfer wealth from ordinary people to the state and to manufacturers, it forces up the national savings rate. Households earn less than they produce, so they can't consume enough to absorb everything the economy makes. This is what economists call financial repression, and it's the mechanism by which countries like China and before it Japan and Germany subsidize their industrial growth at the expense of their own consumers. Now, all of that excess saving has to go somewhere. It goes into investment. And building infrastructure that you actually need does generate real economic growth. But once your investment exceeds your productive needs, once you've built enough high-speed rail and enough apartment blocks, continuing to invest doesn't create economic value. It destroys it. The money is spent, the GDP figures look impressive, but the underlying projects generate less value than they cost to build. The difference.
This is what's happening in China right now.
Up as debt. President Xi has reportedly spent a good portion of his career studying Japan's lost decades. Apparently, he found them inspiring. In the 1980s, Japan suppressed consumption to fund investment-led growth, built spectacular infrastructure, achieved extraordinary technological advances, and was widely expected to overtake the United States. Then the debt caught up with them, and they spent the next 30 years dealing with the consequences. Pettis argues that the only way out of this is to shift from investment-led growth to consumption-led growth. You have to stop subsidizing factories and start giving money to households so that your own citizens can actually afford to buy the things your economy produces. But politicians generally hate doing this because shifting wealth to households means that the state has to give up control over where capital gets allocated. So rather than making that difficult choice, they keep subsidizing production. The domestic consumers can't absorb the output, and the excess has to go somewhere. It goes abroad as a trade surplus, not because anyone planned it that way, but because the accounting leaves no other option. So, if China is producing vastly more than it can consume and doesn't want to buy anything from the rest of the world, who is absorbing all of this excess output? Well, let's look at who else is at the table. Europe is running a trade deficit with China of roughly 1 billion euros per day, which is a number that sounds made up but isn't, and is driven by a massive imbalance in manufactured goods, particularly electric vehicles and electronics.
What?
The EU is
A
simultaneously
fucking $1 billion a day trade deficit? That's insane. That is insane.
trying to deregulate its own economy. A recent survey found that German firms alone had hired an additional 325,000 people over 3 years whose entire job was to tick regulatory boxes. Europe is also preparing legislation that would force Chinese companies to hire European workers, buy European components, and transfer their technology as the price of market access. This is, of course, exactly what China did to Western multinationals a generation ago, and Chinese officials have apparently noticed the similarity. They're not finding the imitation flattering. But Europe is not absorbing all of this happily. The EU's trade commissioners compared Europe's dependency on Chinese minerals to its former reliance on Russian energy, and has warned that without action, Europe risks losing whole sectors of industry within a couple of years. The IMF estimates that selling goods across EU borders costs firms the equivalent of a 44% tariff on goods and a 110% tariff on services. These are not tariffs imposed by a foreign adversary. These are tariffs the EU has imposed on itself through paperwork. The EU has essentially conducted a trade war against its own economy and impressively appears to be winning. So Europe is already uncompetitive and it's now being flooded with cheap Chinese goods on top of that. This is not a combination that ends well for European manufacturing. That leaves the United States. The US has the deepest, most liquid, and historically best governed financial markets in the world. When surplus countries like China and Germany suppress domestic consumption and generate excess savings, those savings have to go somewhere. And roughly half of the world's excess savings end up in American financial markets, not because Americans invited them, but because there's nowhere else for that volume of capital to go. Now, here's where the accounting gets important. When foreign capital flows into the United States, the US must, by definition, run a corresponding trade deficit. This is not a choice, it's a balance of payments identity. The foreign money is being used to buy bonds and financial assets, not goods. The US becomes the consumer of last resort for the global economy, not because it wants to, but because the accounting leaves no alternative. As Pez puts it, the US doesn't fund its trade deficit, surplus countries force it to run one. Now, you might think that all of this foreign capital pouring into America would be good for the economy and that it would fund new factories and lower interest rates. And that might be true if American businesses were desperate for capital, but they're not. US corporations are sitting on trillions of dollars in cash. They don't lack access to funding. They lack customers who can afford to buy more of what they already produce. So the foreign capital doesn't flow into productive investment. Instead, the economy has to absorb it some other way. As Pettis points out, there are really only three options. The excess capital can push up unemployment as cheaper imports put American factories out of business. It can push up household debt as consumers borrow to maintain their spending, or it can push up the fiscal deficit as the government borrows to keep the economy from contracting. Since no politician wants the first option, the US has historically chosen some combination of the second and third. And here's the part that almost nobody in Washington seems to understand. Running a massive fiscal deficit doesn't fix the problem. It feeds the monster. The bigger the deficit, the more treasury bonds you issue. The more bonds that you issue, the more attractive your debt markets look to surplus countries with excess savings to park. The more capital flows in, the stronger the dollar gets, the less competitive American exports become, and the wider the trade deficit grows. And of course, all of that government spending is stimulative, which means it's inflationary, which pushes up interest rates, which makes the debt even more expensive to service, which requires yet more borrowing. It's a feedback loop, and it's one that no amount of symmetry in Beijing is going to break. Now, being the consumer of last resort has not been entirely unpleasant. The US economy is remarkably productive. Labor productivity has been growing at about 2% a year over the last 5 years, the fastest rate in 2 decades. Cheap domestic energy means Americans pay about half what Europeans pay for electricity. The US economy is flexible, dynamic, and has been absorbing these imbalances for decades without anything obviously breaking. But the bill has been accumulating. A few days ago, the FT reported that the US government sold 30-year debt at a 5% yield for the first time since 2007. Financing the growing national debt is getting meaningfully more expensive. In a video a couple of weeks ago on inflation, I discussed how the US Treasury under Scott Bessent has been funding long-term obligations with short-term borrowing, a strategy that the economists Stephen Moran and Nouriel Roubini described as activist treasury issuance and compared to stealth quantitative easing. Bessent, as it happens, criticized Janet Yellen for doing exactly the same thing before he took office, and then adopted the strategy himself, which is the Treasury Secretary equivalent of mocking someone's cooking and quietly asking for the recipe. This is essentially a massive bet that long-term interest rates are going to come down, which seems like a rather aggressive gamble when you consider that the US government is simultaneously pursuing tariffs, running a massive fiscal deficit, reducing the labor supply through deportations, pressuring the Federal Reserve to cut rates, and fighting a war in the Middle East that has driven up the price of fuel and fertilizer. It's not entirely obvious why long-term interest rates would fall while the government is actively engineering inflation. Betting that rates will come down while you borrow $1 trillion a quarter to fund a trade war is a strategy that relies heavily on optimism. None of this is a new problem. As Martin Wolf pointed out in the FT this week, clashes over how to adjust these imbalances have reoccurred roughly every 2 decades. The 1920s, the 1960s, the 1980s, 2008, and now. The 1920s version ended with a global depression and a world war. The 1980s version was resolved through the Plaza Accord, where the major economies agreed to coordinate their exchange rates. The 2008 version was resolved by, well, a global financial crisis. So the two available options appear to be international cooperation and economic catastrophe. And historically, we've tended to go with the second one. Economists have understood the structural problem since at least the 1940s. As Darragh McFadden outlined in the FT last week, when the global financial architecture was being designed at Bretton Woods, Keynes proposed a system built around a neutral international currency that he called Bancor. The key innovation was that it would penalize countries for running either persistent surpluses or persistent deficits, forcing both sides to adjust. As the economist Robert Triffin later pointed out, any country that supplies the world's reserve currency is essentially trapped. It must run persistent deficits to meet global demand for safe assets. Keynes saw this coming and designed a system to prevent it. The United States rejected that proposal at the time. The US was the world's largest creditor then, and its dominant manufacturer. It was basically the China of that era, and it had no interest in signing up to a system that would penalize its surplus. In doing so, it consolidated the dollar as the anchor of the international monetary system, which is the very thing that now forces it to run the deficits it's complaining about. So that worked out well. Wolf also makes a point that surplus countries tend to overlook. They're not in as strong a position as they think. Japan ran enormous surpluses in the 1980s, and the pressure to boost domestic demand led to a property bubble that, when it burst, produced 3 decades of stagnation. China ran huge surpluses after 2008, and the pressure to reinvest in domestically produced a property bubble. Germany ran persistent surpluses within the Eurozone, and when the deficit countries hit crisis, Germany had to choose between financing them or watching the euro collapse. They chose to finance them, but they did want everyone to know that they were not happy about it. The pattern is fairly consistent. Surplus countries build their economies around selling to others, and when the music stops, they discover that they needed those deficit countries more than they thought. So what happens when the global consumer of last resort, the United States, is running a 5% cost of capital and starts looking for ways to stop absorbing everyone else's excess production? Well, historically, it ends in either one of two ways. Either the major economies sit down and negotiate a coordinated adjustment, which requires a level of international cooperation that is, to put it politely, not obviously forthcoming at the moment, or the adjustment happens through crisis. If the US stops buying, American consumers will face higher prices and fewer cheap goods. That would be unpleasant, but for the surplus economies, countries that have built their entire economic model on the assumption that foreigners will endlessly borrow money to buy what their factories produce, it will be significantly worse. A consumer can find a more expensive substitute or do with less. A factory with no customers has a much bigger problem.
だからですね、今日が結構目立ってきてたんですけど、キュッてなって、目が上がってる。水面の皮膚に跡がつきやすかったり、内出血しやすかったりする体質なので、ちょっとやっぱりね、不安はあったんですけど、柔らかくなって、その赤みも出にくくはなってきましたね。どんな顔で生きていきたいかっていうのは、やっぱり自分自身で決めて、自分の手で変えられる、そういう自信がつきました。
This brings us back to the handshakes in Beijing this week. Expectations for this summit are, to put it generously, modest. Both sides appear to be looking for just enough progress to justify the photographs. The US wants China to commit to buying those Bs and Boeings. To oversee these purchases, the two sides are expected to announce a board of trade, a committee of senior officials from both countries whose job will be to make sure that China actually follows through this time. This is necessary because China made similar purchase commitments in the Phase 1 trade deal in 2020 and then didn't follow through. So the solution to China not honoring its commitments is a new committee to monitor whether China honors its commitments. I'm sure that this time it'll be different. Now, the Board of Trade will sit alongside the already existing Board of Peace, which was established earlier this year to promote peace building, which Trump will chair for life. So we now have a Board of Peace and a Board of Trade, and all we really need next is a Board of Good Intentions, and we'll have the complete set. There's also the small matter that Trump arrives in Beijing having largely been disarmed by his own courts. In February, the Supreme Court struck down his IEEPA tariffs, the ones he had been raising and lowering on a near daily basis last year. He immediately pivoted to a different legal authority, Section 122 of the Trade Act, which allows temporary tariffs to address balance of payments crises. Last week, a federal trade court ruled those ones illegal too, on the grounds that the US is not actually experiencing the kind of balance of payments crisis the law was designed for. The administration is appealing that the tariffs expire in July regardless. A third set of tariffs under Section 301 is being prepared, but those investigations won't be complete until the summer. So the US president is sitting across from Xi Jinping at a negotiating table, and his most prominent negotiating tool has been taken away from him by his own judiciary twice. His domestic position isn't helping either. Approvals ratings are at 34%, the lowest of his second term. And with midterm elections in November, Republican members of Congress are not exactly lining up to support inflationary trade policies in an election year. Several were reported to have quietly celebrated when the Supreme Court struck down the tariffs. Xi Jinping will be aware of all of this. When your negotiating counterpart's own party is relieved that your signature policy has been overturned by the courts, it does somewhat reduce the credibility of the threat to bring it back. Both sides are really just trying to buy time. The US wants breathing room to build domestic rare earth processing capacity because China currently controls those supply chains and used them as devastating leverage during the tariff war. China wants time to develop its semiconductor industry and reduce its dependence on Western technology. And Xi has his own grievances to raise too. China imports roughly 40% of its oil through the Strait of Hormuz. So the American military situation in the Middle East is not just a US political problem, it's costing China money. And Xi will want to make sure Trump knows it. As Eli Ratner, who served as the U.S. Assistant Secretary of Defense for Indo-Pacific Affairs until last year, pointed out in the FT, the U.S. has made this mistake before. The pattern is consistent. When Washington backs off, Beijing doesn't reciprocate. It consolidates its gains. When the Obama administration declined to challenge China's island building in the South China Sea, artificial reefs became military installations. When Trump paused tariffs in his first term in exchange for the Phase 1 trade deal, China missed its purchase commitments, and the structural reforms were deferred to a Phase 2 that never came. Ratner argues that the time being bought isn't being used to strengthen America's position, particularly given that the war in Iran has drained military readiness for any potential crisis in the Pacific. And all of this will happen while the much larger geopolitical issue, the future of Taiwan, hovers in the background. A senior Taiwanese official told Bloomberg last month that what they fear most is being put on the menu at a Trump-Xi summit. China would very much like rhetorical concessions on Taiwan in exchange for those beams and Boeings. Whether they get them is another question. So the two leaders will shake hands, make announcements, and fly home. The photographs will look very serious, but the underlying problem, the one we've spent this entire video explaining, will not have changed. Trade imbalances are not caused by lack of summits. They're caused by domestic policy choices that neither side appears willing to change. China will continue to suppress household consumption. The US will continue to absorb the resulting surplus, and the accounting will continue to do what accounting does, regardless of what anyone announces at a podium in Beijing. If you found this video interesting, you should watch my video on China's rare earth chokehold next. Don't forget to check out our sponsor, Mammoth AI. There's a link in the description. Have a great day and see you in the next video. Bye.
安全でレジリエントなデジタル世界を作るスプランク。その原動力は一人一人の社員です。スキル、想像力、アイデアを発揮して、私たちと一緒により良い未来を築きましょう。ラブ、スプランク。
Traditionally been understood that financial markets exist to allocate capital to its most productive uses. Recently, however, the definition of a productive use has been expanded to include betting on whether a reggaeton artist will wear a dress to a football match. In the past, if you'd wanted to place a bet on Bad Bunny's wardrobe choices, or perhaps the precise timing of an Iranian missile strike, you had to find a man who conducted his business behind a local pub. Today, the process is a bit smoother. Through a rather impressive piece of legal rebranding, what the authorities used to call gambling is now referred to as trading event contracts. This means that when you inevitably lose your money on these platforms, you're no longer a degenerate gambler. You're a retail liquidity provider contributing to a truth machine, which sounds much more respectable. I wouldn't necessarily put it on your CV, though. Reading up on prediction markets is somewhat exhausting. Unfortunately, we seem to be determined to financialize every single aspect of human existence. It used to be that if you wanted to know if it might rain tomorrow, you'd just look out the window. But now it seems you have to check the bid-ask spread on a precipitation swap. The advocates for platforms like Kalshi and Polymarket argue that they're providing a vital public good. The theory is that by allowing people to bet on anything from congressional control to the next Federal Reserve decision, the information fed back will be far more accurate than traditional polling, which is a lovely idea. But looking closely at how these markets actually work, it appears that we haven't so much invented a truth machine as put a glossy user interface on a 1920s betting shop. And to make it even better, invited a group of quantitative algorithms to come in and extract money from the public. Today, we're going to look at how these markets actually work, the legal absurdities surrounding them, why the commodities regulator is suddenly interested in elections, and whether any of this makes the world a better place, or if we've just turned the whole world into a casino. To understand why the US government is fighting with itself over who gets to regulate a bet on a football game, we need to go back to the origins of American financial regulation, and specifically onions. In the United States, there's a federal agency called the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, or the CFTC. They were originally established to oversee futures contracts on things like wheat and cotton. The idea was that these markets would allow farmers and factory owners to hedge their price risks while making sure that these contracts weren't just illegal gambling. For a long time, the CFTC applied what it called an economic purpose test. They only approved contracts that served some hedging or price discovery function. But over the years, the exchanges realized that they could generate significantly more revenue by listing futures on interest rates and stock indices. The CFTC went along with this, and the definition of a commodity future was slowly expanded to include things that are not really commodities at all. A few years ago, Bitcoin was even classified as a commodity, while it's about as far from being a basic raw material, agricultural product, or physical asset as anything could be. So almost anything can be considered a commodity, with one notable exception. Thanks to the 1958 Onion Futures Act, you can trade futures on almost anything in America, but it's illegal to trade futures on onions. This happened because in the 1950s, two traders managed to corner the Chicago onion market, artificially inflating the price before crashing it entirely. The chaos led to angry farmers and, naturally, an act of Congress. So, to summarize the current state of American financial law, you can legally bet on the outcome of a geopolitical conflict, you can bet on the future price of an internet meme token, and thanks to platforms like Kalshi, you can now bet on who will control the United States Congress. But if you attempt to hedge your exposure to French onion soup, or really any onion soup, the federal government will step in to protect the public from you.
Nothing for you.
Now, regulators used to frown on gambling, but things have changed. But before we dig into why, let me give a quick shout out to this week's video sponsor, Claude. If you're trying to stay sharp in the AI era, this is one of those tools that just quietly upgrades how you work. The Claude Note Pro is a credit card-sized AI companion device that captures your conversations, meetings, calls, even in-person chats with a single press of a button. I've been using it as part of my everyday carry, and honestly, it changes how present you can be. Instead of worrying about notes, Claude records, transcribes, and turns everything into clean summaries, action items, and key decisions, all searchable later. It even recognizes different speakers, so you can actually go back and understand who said what. And the best part, you can ask Claude questions across all your conversations. So over time, it basically becomes a second memory. If your work involves thinking, communicating, or making decisions, whether you're in sales, management, healthcare, law, or anything like that, this saves you a ton of time and mental load. It's also worth mentioning that privacy is a big focus for Claude, and the device is built with enterprise-grade security standards. If you want to check it out, you can scan the QR code on screen or hit the link in the description and use the code PBOIL for 10% off. Now, up until recently, the CFTC has been quite skeptical of what they call event contracts. They explicitly banned contracts involving war, terrorism, assassination, and gaming. They also tried to ban election contracts, arguing quite sensibly that approving them would effectively turn the commodities regulator into an election cop. And this is not an unreasonable concern. If you allow people to trade contracts on election outcomes, the CFTC is then responsible for making sure no one is manipulating those outcomes, which means that they now would have to worry about whether an election has been rigged or if foreign governments are getting involved. The CFTC was set up to make sure that wheat prices are fair. Election monitoring may be even further outside their mandate than Bitcoin. One way or another, the prediction market platforms decided to push back. They took the regulator to court, arguing that predicting an election is not gaming. And somewhat surprisingly, a federal judge agreed with them. Having established the right to offer election contracts, the prediction market platforms naturally decided to push their luck. Their logic is fairly straightforward. If a presidential election is just an event, then a football game is surely also just an event too. So earlier this year, Kalshi began self-certifying sports contracts. They started offering bets on the Super Bowl, the NBA, and the Masters. I say bets, but Kalshi would obviously prefer if I said event contracts. The distinction is important to them, if not to anyone else. This came as something of a surprise to the individual American states. Since the Supreme Court struck down the federal ban on sports betting in 2018, nearly 40 states have spent a great deal of time and money setting up highly regulated, heavily taxed sports betting regimes. They have set up state gambling licenses, compliance departments, tax collection, the whole thing. No sooner was that done when these tech companies turned up offering what appears to be functionally identical bets, but they're claiming that they're completely exempt from state gambling laws and state taxes because their bets are technically federal commodity swaps. If you are a state gaming regulator who has spent the last 6 years building out a licensing framework, you might find this argument somewhat frustrating. A number of states have responded by sending cease and desist letters. Arizona has gone a step further and simply filed criminal charges against Kalshi for operating an illegal gambling business, which is a bit of a step up from a cease and desist letter. Ohio has taken an even more creative approach. A company there is suing Kalshi using the Statute of Anne. This is a British law from 1710 passed during the reign of Queen Anne, which allows third parties to sue to recover other people's gambling losses. The theory is that if Kalshi is operating an illegal sportsbook in Ohio, any enterprising person can sue them to get the losing bettor's money back. It's the sort of 18th century legal instrument that you would expect to find in a museum and not in an active federal lawsuit against a Y Combinator startup. But this is where we are. Now, you might expect the federal commodities regulator to step in at this point and clarify that a bet on the New York Knicks is not, in fact, a vital financial derivative. But they have not. According to the Financial Times, the CFTC has mostly just been avoiding the question. Well, it's actually a bit worse than that. Under the new administration, the CFTC and the Department of Justice have gone to federal court to block the state of Arizona from enforcing its gambling laws against Kalshi. So the federal government now appears to be deploying its legal resources to defend a tech platform's right to operate what Arizona considers an unlicensed sports book, overriding state law in the process. Whatever your views may be on prediction markets, you have to agree that this is a rather unusual use of the Department of Justice's time. Now, if you're wondering why the new administration might be so accommodating to these prediction platforms, there's one small detail that's probably worth mentioning. A fellow named Donald Trump Jr., who seems to be some sort of relative of the sitting president, is currently serving as a strategic advisor to both Kalshi and Polymarket.
初めて知った。こんな近くに夏を最高に楽しめるホテルがあるなんて。初めて知った。この子たちにこんな一面があるなんて。
初めて知った。こんなに素敵な家族の時間がここで生まれているなんて。
夏休みは下田プリンスホテル。
会員限定の特典がお得。下田プリンスホテル。
I looked up this fellow's background, and he appears to have no real work experience in either strategy or advice. He seems to be a reality TV star who also worked for his dad's real estate company. I can't think of why they hired him, but I suppose it's still worth noting that the president's son advises the companies that the federal government is currently shielding from state prosecutors. I'm sure that it's all a coincidence. Anyhow, if you ask the executives at these firms why they deserve special treatment from regulators, they won't talk about the strategic advice they've received. They'll instead talk about the truth machine. The core argument in favor of prediction markets is that they provide more accurate information than traditional polling or expert analysis does. The idea is that when people have to back their opinions with their own money, they strip away their biases. They bet on what they think will happen, not what they hope will happen. The idea is that the market absorbs all available information and prices an objective probability of an event occurring. It's the efficient markets hypothesis applied to everything, not just stock prices, but elections, wars, weather, and apparently Bad Bunny's wardrobe. Now, this might sound great in a university lecture hall, but the problem is what happens when these ideas meet reality. Because prediction markets are often quite small and thinly traded, it doesn't take too much money to move the odds. And if the media is treating those odds as objective truth, then buying the odds might be a really efficient way of buying positive press coverage. This has happened already. During the 2012 US presidential election, a single trader lost around $7 million systematically buying contracts on Mitt Romney to artificially inflate his chances on a platform called InTrade. The goal wasn't to win the bet, the goal was to make the race look closer than it actually was and to keep voter enthusiasm high. $7 million is a lot of money to spend on something that isn't a bet, but as a media strategy, it's not bad. Cable news covered InTrade's odds constantly. More recently, in 2021, a YouTuber named Brian Rose ran for mayor of London. During the campaign, he was accused of gaming the odds on the betting exchange Smarkets by allegedly having people place bets on his unlikely victory. He could then point to those betting markets as evidence that he was a serious candidate with real momentum, which journalists then reported. So if a wealthy individual or a political campaign can spend a few $1 million to move the odds on a thinly traded prediction market and then point to those odds as evidence of public support, you haven't really built a truth machine, you've built a PR tool, but one that comes with a charge. So if prediction markets are not entirely reliable as truth machines, what are they actually for? To understand the current boom, it helps to look at the broader shift in retail investing over the last few years. Dimitri Kofinas of the Hidden Forces podcast uses the term financial nihilism to describe what's been going on. The idea is that traditional paths to building wealth feel increasingly out of reach for a lot of young people. So instead of saving and investing carefully, they try to get rich quickly by putting money into crypto tokens featuring pictures of dogs that were pitched to them by edgy billionaires or buying shares in bankrupt companies. Prediction markets slot in perfectly here. If you go back 5 years, crypto was the exciting product that everyone was talking about. But crypto is kind of dull today. Bitcoin is up about 25% over 5 years, which sounds okay until you realize that a money market fund paying 4% with no risk at all would have gotten you most of the way there. Your dad has achieved triple the return of Bitcoin over the last 5 years with his index fund, and he didn't have to check his phone at 3 in the morning or pretend to understand what a layer 2 roll up is. Michael Saylor is desperately trying to make crypto seem exciting again by structuring leveraged payouts that could give you a return of 10% or wipe you out entirely, which might not be the kind of excitement most people need. At least with prediction markets, you can watch the sports you bet on and have something exciting to talk about, like the fact that someone just bet $100,000 that the US government will announce the existence of aliens at some point this year. The problem with all of this is that whenever a large pool of enthusiastic retail money shows up somewhere, the professionals are usually not far behind. According to the Financial Times, large quantitative trading firms like Susquehanna and DRW, firms that normally act as market makers on stock exchanges, are now setting up dedicated prediction market desks. They're reportedly paying traders base salaries of $200,000 a year to build algorithms that systematically identify mispriced contracts on these platforms. So on one side of the trade, you have a person betting on the Super Bowl because it seemed like fun. And on the other side, you have a machine that does this 24 hours a day and never gets excited about anything. This brings us to what the gambling industry calls the sharks and fish problem. In the early 2000s, there was a huge boom in online poker. Millions of amateurs, the fish, logged on to play. But it didn't take long for the professionals, or the sharks, to show up. The professionals didn't play for fun. They played the odds methodically, and eventually they deployed bots to do it for them around the clock. The survival time of a new recreational player on these sites was eventually reduced to not very long. The amateurs worked out that they were no longer really playing a game. They were donating their money to a server farm in New Jersey. They stopped logging in, the liquidity dried up, and the whole ecosystem collapsed. The sharks had eaten all of the fish and then starved. Today, prediction markets are full of retail money and the platforms are growing quickly. But unlike trading a meme stock where the price is just whatever the next person is willing to pay, an event contract eventually resolves to either true or false. There is an actual answer. And if you're a retail trader betting on a geopolitical event based on a feeling, and the person on the other side of your trade is a gamma neutral algorithm being run by a multi-billion-dollar hedge fund, the odds are not in your favor. This is not a skill gap that can be closed by doing more research. It's a structural disadvantage. When the quants have extracted enough money from the retail public, the excitement will wear off. The platforms will likely be left with sports betting, which the states will eventually either regulate or shut down, and a few novelty contracts that exist entirely for marketing purposes. You'll still be able to bet on whether Bad Bunny wears a dress to a football match, but the truth machine will be mostly empty. Now, in fairness, there is one thing prediction markets do better than the traditional alternative. If you walk into a sports book or open a DraftKings account and you start winning consistently, the sports book will reduce your bet size, restrict which markets you can access, or simply close your account. This is standard practice. The house is your counterparty, and a winning bettor is bad for business. Several states have tried to pass laws making this illegal, which tells you how widespread it is. Prediction markets don't do this because the platform isn't your counterparty, it's a peer-to-peer exchange. It just matches buyers and sellers and takes a small fee. If you're winning, the platform doesn't care. Someone on the other side of your trade is losing, and the platform collects its fee either way. So in that sense, prediction markets are structurally fairer than sports books. Of course, the reason you're winning on a prediction market is most likely that you're a quantitative algorithm. So this is primarily good news for quantitative algorithms. The traditional sports books have noticed all of this, by the way. DraftKings, FanDuel, and Fanatics have all quietly launched their own prediction market products while simultaneously spending $48 million on a super PAC to push for sports betting legalization in states like Texas and Georgia. So they're fighting prediction markets with one hand and copying them with the other, which is a reasonably common strategy in American business. If you are a retail trader who's tired of losing money to hedge fund algorithms, you might be tempted to look for an edge. In traditional financial markets, acquiring non-public material information and trading on it will generally result in a conversation with the authorities and eventually a lengthy stay in a federal facility. In prediction markets, however, insider trading is often described by proponents as a feature, not a bug. That's right, a feature. If we look at recent events, this feature appears to be working remarkably well. Last summer, a Polymarket user operating under the pseudonym Rico Suave 666 made a series of highly precise and highly lucrative bets regarding the exact timing of military strikes in the Middle East. It later turned out that Rico Suave 666 was not just a very astute reader of geopolitical tea leaves. The Israeli government arrested two men, including an army reservist, for allegedly placing bets using classified military intelligence. So to be clear, a soldier with advanced knowledge of when bombs were going to be dropped used that information to win money on what is essentially a crypto gambling website, which is not really what people have in mind when they talk about the wisdom of crowds. We saw something similar with the capture of Nicolas Maduro. Shortly after the United States announced the operation, someone placed a series of very large and very confident bets on Polymarket that he would be removed from office, walking away with a few $100,000. It's not clear who placed those bets, but they appear to have had a better understanding of U.S. foreign policy than most of the U.S. Senate. Now, if you ask the operators and advocates of these markets about this sort of thing, they are surprisingly relaxed. They argue that insider trading is actually a good thing. The logic is that the insider brings valuable information to the market, which makes the price more accurate. The market absorbs the leak, the odds adjust, and society gets a more accurate forecast. This, they say, is the truth machine working exactly as intended. It's a rather creative argument. If a military officer leaks classified operational plans so that his friend can win a few $100,000 on a crypto betting site, we should apparently all be grateful for the positive externality of slightly more accurate price discovery. I'm sure that the soldiers involved in those operations would be reassured to learn that their safety was compromised in the noble pursuit of market efficiency. The reason insider trading is banned in the stock market is fairly simple. If ordinary investors believe the game is rigged, that only insiders can win, they will stop investing. And if people stop investing, companies can't raise capital to build factories, fund research, or hire workers. The whole system depends on participants knowing that the market is at least roughly fair. One of the reasons the US economy has been so successful over the last 90 years is that it's had some of the best institutions in the world: fair securities regulation, good consumer protections, and a functioning legal system. Americans invest confidently because they broadly trust the system. And American businesses have access to capital because investors are willing to put money in. In countries where investors know they'll be ripped off, they behave like the fish on the poker websites did and log off. This is extremely economically harmful. Prediction markets don't raise capital for anything. They don't fund new businesses or build infrastructure. They just move money from the pockets of retail bettors into the pockets of quantitative algorithms and apparently people with high-level security clearances, which is a rather elegant system if you think about it, just not for the retail bettors. You might think that it doesn't matter. Prediction markets aren't the stock market. But if this market is overseen by the same securities and commodities regulators that oversee investment markets, and the public decide that it's all rigged, they might not just log off from prediction markets. They might start to wonder if the entire system is rigged too. And that kind of distrust, once it sets in, is very difficult to reverse. So if the retail bettor is structurally disadvantaged against quantitative hedge funds and people with high-level security clearances, the obvious question is, what happens to them when their money runs out? Since 2018, when the Supreme Court cleared the way for states to legalize sports betting, the United States has essentially been running a large-scale experiment in what happens when you make it very easy for people to gamble from their phones. Now that we've added prediction markets to the mix, that experiment has now been expanded to cover politics, pop culture, and monetary bets. You can now lose money on almost anything at any time of the day without even getting out of bed. The results of this experiment are starting to come in too, and they are not great. Recent academic research highlighted by The Economist shows that the introduction of online betting in a state is associated with a roughly 12-point drop in average credit scores, along with higher rates of personal bankruptcy and loan delinquencies.
Do you ever feel like you're guessing when it comes to cell confluency? Maybe it feels subjective depending on who's looking at the cells. Yeah, that's about 70% confluency. Looks like 50% to me. Oh, this is not rite of passage. Take the guesswork out with the EVOS M3000 imaging system. It's a next-generation imaging system that measures real-time confluency for you. It's user-friendly, upgradable, and fits in your cell culture head. Think of it as your go-to manual microscope. Start making your cell culture workflow objectively precise and incredibly easy. Learn more at thermofisher.com/EVOS M3000.
Don't wake up.
If you make it incredibly easy for people to gamble from their smartphones 24 hours a day, it turns out that a rather large number of them will do exactly that, right up until the point where their credit cards are declined. Now, you could argue that adults in a free society should be able to spend their money however they like, and I mostly agree with that. I don't want to be told how I can spend my money. It's mine. If someone wants to bet their rent money on a basketball game or the exact date of a Federal Reserve rate cut, that's their right. The prediction market platforms would certainly agree with this. They describe themselves as neutral marketplaces facilitating price discovery, which is a very dignified way of describing a website where you can bet on whether it'll snow in April. The problem is that when millions of people simultaneously damage their personal finances, it stops being a private problem. Loans start to go unpaid, mortgages default, and eventually the costs get absorbed by the broader financial system, and the individuals who fall into bankruptcy end up relying on state and federal safety nets funded by taxpayers, who in many cases were sensible enough not to gamble their rent money on a basketball game. So when you look at the mechanics of the whole thing, prediction markets start to look less like a truth machine and more like a wealth transfer mechanism. The platform takes a transaction fee, the quantitative algorithms extract capital from retail bettors, the insiders extract capital from everyone, and society picks up the tab for the bankruptcies and the unpaid bills. It's a wonderful business model for everyone except the people using it. Look, prediction markets are not going to destroy the American financial system. The stock market survived bucket shops in the 1920s, penny stock boiler rooms in the 1980s, and whatever was going on with crypto in 2021. It'll likely survive this too. But it's worth noticing what has actually been built here. A set of platforms that are regulated as commodity exchanges, advised by the president's son, populated by hedge fund algorithms and the occasional military insider, and marketed to 25-year-olds as a fun way to make sports more exciting. You can bet on elections, wars, the weather, and the wardrobe choices of reggaeton artists. You just can't bet on onions because that would be irresponsible. The advocates call it a truth machine. The states call it an illegal sports book. The quants call it a new source of alpha. The retail bettors call it entertainment. The reality is probably somewhere between all of these. A financial product that is too sophisticated to be called gambling and too simple to be called investing, operating in a regulatory gray zone that exists mainly because no one in Washington can agree on what it actually is. We haven't really invented a truth machine. We've just found a more elaborate way of losing money and given it a charge. If you found this video interesting, you should watch my video on MicroStrategy's Infinite Money Glitch next. Don't forget to check out our sponsor, Claude, using the link in the video description. Talk to you in the next video. Bye.
So I'm gonna go see what I built. Are you still here? I'm gonna take it to my house where I have a sawmill thing, and I'll do it quicker. Fucking too hard. Then I can get more bamboo, and I can make a lot of them. Let me go grab another one. You still here? I'll show you what I built, but it's just too much effort. I have another big piece of bamboo here. Well, that's not as big. Well, I guess I could use it. So this is what I'm gonna build, but I want to build more of them, and it's just too slow doing it here. So these are all my. I'm gonna build these towers like this one here. You see the tower? So I'm gonna put these towers along here, and then there's these runners. Look, there's a strawberry right here. Look at that. Oh wow, there's another strawberry right here. I may even do cross towers. So I'm gonna create like a build up from this. See all these runners are coming out here? Look, all these runners. All these runners. So I can't see another runner here. So I'm going to put these towers along here. It's really simple, but I can do it quicker if I do them at home at my house. I could do higher. That was my first one. I think I can go higher. If I could just water here, it'll drip down. I got holes in all of them. So rain. See it goes down. You can hear it. That was overflowing. Let's see, that was leaking down there in the middle. All right. And then that one should leak down here. There's plenty of water. Let's see if that works. All right, well, let's go to my house. I have everything. I'm glad that orange tree came back. He was trying to kill that fucking orange tree. The other thing I want to do is maybe I can use these milk bottles. Huh. This is my. Why is this guy growing in here? This is my persimmon tree. That lizard. That lizard was. I saved that lizard. You feeling better now? Are you drying? Are you drying off? Are you drying off? No, there he is, right there. Look, they're looking at each other. He's looking. That little one there was in the water. Look at him staring. He's staring at this big guy right here. You bob your head. Usually they'll. Ran away. Ran away. How you doing? How you doing? Are you doing good? Are you doing good? Are you doing good? Another one fell in here. Look. God damn. Another you fell in here. What are you doing? How you doing? You can't. Let's put this netting over here. Stop him from falling in. It's dumb. Dumb. Alright, guys. That's two little lizards. Alright, let's go. Let's grab these tools here. Should I grab this big one too? This is not as big. It's not as big. I really want the bigger one. Huh. This will work. I don't want it to fall off, right? works. That works right there. Look, see? Really should put a flag or something on this. So any bright, anything bright. See if I got anything on the guard. Just anything bright. Got some strings. Oh, cool. Getting lots of flowers. These are my oranges. So that smell really nice. Flowering. Not many on this side for some reason. I don't know why. All right. Let's see. There you go. What do you think? What do you think? May blow off. May blow off. As long as I see it. That works. Oh boy.
Traditionally been understood that financial markets exist to allocate capital to its most productive. 私は嘘が好きな正直不動産永瀬財地です。Just the way he was acting nervous on scene, he was pacing, he wasn't being very cooperative with the investigation. All signs that can lead to somebody being impaired. Did not detect the presence of alcohol. It didn't detect the presence of alcohol. Although your license will be suspended, I may be eligible immediately for additional interlock license on your driver during period suspension. Convicted of violating 18980.
Prosecutors have to do their due diligence, and in this case, they took a fair, thorough look at the facts before moving forward, and we respect that.
Why am I going to jail? Don't tense up. Why though? I'll explain that in a minute.
An innocent man was arrested on a fake DUI. It was all caught on body cam,
You're under going to jail.
which shows him blowing a 0 on the breathalyzer and also passing all of the field sobriety tests, and then him being arrested anyway. Nate Stevens was driving through his neighborhood when a teenager backed out of a driveway and hit him. Cops showed up who wanted to put Nate through a DUI investigation. Nate was actually very polite and cooperative, but they decided to make an example out of him because he didn't completely bend the knee and kiss their ring. Nate knew he wasn't drunk. Officer Bell of the Grayson, Kentucky Police Department claimed that he could smell alcohol on Nate.
Because I can't smell alcohol, so.
You're wrong. Knowing that that was a lie, Nate blew his breath towards the officer.
Don't prove me wrong then. Do the test. Don't do that.
Okay, sir. Only to have the officer threaten him.
The next time you make an aggressive move towards me, you will be going to jail for menacing, okay?
Then Nate agreed to a breath test and blew a 0.
Stop.
No alcohol in his system at all. Nate then passed all of the field sobriety tests, which Officer Bell admitted, initially telling Nate that he would not be going to jail for DUI because he had agreed to take those tests and pass them.
If you didn't do any kind of observation test, I had enough to arrest you and place you under arrest for DUI. Okay, so you'd have been going to jail.
You would have got sued.
That's qualified immunity. I wouldn't have got sued, but okay.
But then, after Nate said he would have sued the officer had he arrested him, the two cops covered up the body cam and had a private conversation, ending with them changing their mind about arresting Nate and then throwing him in the back of the police cruiser, handcuffed.
Why?
Yes.
I'm not under the influence.
Okay.
Is that literally what you guys are arresting me for?
All of this we covered in the last video, part 1 of this story, which I'll also link below if you haven't seen it yet. In this video, part 2, I'm going to tell you everything that happened next, including what happened when it went to court. Officer Bell was right about one thing.
It was.
Nate Stevens would spend the night in jail that night and not be able to bond out until the next morning. Was your client ever actually given any traffic citations?
He was cited for DUI, the failure to possess his operator's license, and leaving the scene of an accident and or failure to render aid.
But he wasn't charged with anything alleging that he had driven improperly.
No.
I'll be leaving the scene of an accident and some traffic charges. No. I was new about 10 years ago. What's going to happen is I'm going to take you down to King's Daughters. I got to read you a blind consent. Well, they'll then ask Steve Smith to test your blood, and then we'll go to the county. It didn't detect the presence of alpha. What? What? I don't believe you're under the influence of alcohol. I don't believe you're under the influence of alcohol. Yeah, I did.
Due to the timing of the arrest, bond would be impossible until the next morning. Because it was a DUI arrest, Nate would be transported to the hospital for a blood draw. And pretrial services, which is what they call it, would not be in until the following morning. And the judge in this case would not be prepared to set a bond for Nate to get out of jail until pretrial services could make their assessment of him.
Wow. Fucking cops, dude. Just bitches.
So as planned by Officer Bell, Nate did in fact stay in jail until the following morning. And here's what happened while at the hospital.
Smith to the test for both any combination test. Correct. If you refuse to submit to the test, which I request you refuse to the driver's office by court of copyright and are convicted of KRS 29012 result of switch from the driver's license and suspended by transportation category. If you refuse to submit to the birth test, this refusal may be used against you or as a severe violation of KRS 19810 DUI. All your license will be suspended. And will not be any condition or classes after driving and character suspension. DUI. You will see the correct examination of license rest.
Pursuant to Kentucky law, prior to a blood draw to test Nate's blood for the presence of intoxicating substances, they had to read Nate in an implied consent form. Nate didn't want to agree to anything without first talking to his lawyer, just like he did at the scene of the arrest. Officer Bell refused to allow Nate to talk to his lawyer. He essentially forced him to make a decision without legal advice. As a result, Nate did not agree to having his blood drawn and giving his blood to the government without first being able to talk to his lawyer.
あ、ここも柔らかい。そう、柔らかくなってからこの口元が上がってますね。本当にこれだけ。首をほぐすっていうことが一番。首がもう本当に、なんだろう、これぐらいは薄く全然つまめなかったんですね。そして楽になりました。一日の終わりに、あ、重なったなって思った時にもうすぐやってます。首が凝ると口元のもたつきにつながるっていうことを教えてもらいました。この単なるこれだけだったんだってことがちょっと嬉しかったですね。
My computer to automatically turn on in the presence of a cup of coffee. You know, so it can wake up every morning just like you and me. And since we already have our coffee poured, the next task on our to-do list, which is saved in my glasses, is to build a coffee-powered PC power button. Now, there's a few different ways we can go about this, including a pressure plate system, so when the cup was on it, it would turn on the PC, or even a laser-based system, so when the cup was placed in between the lasers, it would turn on. But for both of those, you don't really need coffee. You just need a cup. Well, how could you use something like the heat of the coffee to actually turn on the computer? As our glasses suggest, we could use a thermoelectric generator, but that's a little intense. But the idea of turning heat into electrical signal is pretty interesting. Maybe something like a thermal-activated momentary switch. Yeah. I think that's going to be the ticket here. We can grab one of those along with some extra wires, strip off each end, and then go over to the soldering table to combine each side together. Hey, Evie, what's the typical temperature of a cup of coffee? It looks like around 70 degrees Celsius, which should be hot enough to trigger our momentary switch, at least on paper. To find out for real, we can plug this end into our computer, the other into a cup, quickly navigate over to our local coffee shop to grab some beans or a fresh pot of coffee. If this works correctly, our PC can finally say, don't talk to me until I've had my first cup of coffee of the day. And as we pour its first cup, well, it's light, just like that. Although, also like you and I, if this has too much coffee, it'll shut down. So let's cut it off. Oh man, they got my heart rate up. These Even Reality G2s are the first pair of smart glasses that I can legitimately see wearing every day. Information pops up when it's relevant. You can ask it specific questions. You can control it with this R1 ring, which is also really cool. And most important to me, there's no cameras like other smart glasses, making this far less invasive, but still very useful. If you're curious about these, I'll leave some additional information about them on my profile if you want to check it out.
Was there ever any blood draw taken?
No, he refused to submit to the blood test unless his attorney was present, and it was his understanding that I could not be present because the officer stated if he called me or if I arrived at the scene, I would be a witness and unable to represent him.
I mean, the craziest part of this whole story is that all of this was knowingly recorded on body cam, except for the part that was purposefully destroyed. And even after receiving the case, the prosecuting attorney proceeded with the prosecution, trying to convict Nate of this entirely fake DUI charge.
In Kentucky, if you refuse their lab test, whether it be an intoxilizer, blood, or urine, that comes with enhanced penalties and pre-trial suspension of your operator's license. The refusal is whether his Sixth Amendment rights were violated, whether it was an actual refusal because the officer failed to explain the standardized field sobriety test properly during the initial stop. Also, the implied consent form that explains the consequences of the refusal was deficient. It improperly described how it could be used against them. And it also results in a pretrial suspension of the operators.
Have you tried comparing the video footage with what he wrote in the report?
I have. And the report is a little deficient and it is not consistent with what the body cam shows.
GPD dropping off on Mount. They received an accident.
チャット GPT を使って研究論文を書く SciSpace は何百万もの研究論文で訓練された無料ツールです。非常に優れており、追加の努力は不要です。書き始めるだけでオートコンプリートの提案を受けられます。異なるとニャスタイルで文を言い換え、どこからでも引用を追加できます。9、無料でサインアップしてください。
His lawyer, Derek, provided me with the footage from the refusal hearing.
We call the case of Nathaniel Stevens, 25T 1902 on for refusal refusal hearing. Is the Commonwealth ready?
Yes, sir.
Is the defendant ready?
Yes, sir.
Call your first witness.
Calls Officer Michael Bell.
Would you raise your right hand, please? You swear affirm testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Say your name for the record, please. It's Officer Michael Bell. How you employed at Grayson Police Department? We employed at Kansas on October 6th of last year, 2025. Yes, sir. And you had the occasion to come into contact with Nathaniel Stevens. Yes, sir. And was he placed under arrest for Yes, sir.
His lawyer, Derek, got the chance to cross-examine Officer Bell under oath.
That's it.
Dispatch was for a non-injury accident, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
He pointed out that this was a non-injury accident call where a 17-year-old kid had backed out of a driveway and hit Nathan. In other words, it wasn't a big deal. It was just a fender bender where a police response wasn't even necessarily required in the first place.
The call was that Mr. Stevens was killed in an accident.
The call came in that there was a two-vehicle non-injury accident. While myself and Sergeant Hogg responded, was notified that one of the vehicles had left the scene.
Okay, and did you later learn that it was a 17-year-old kid who backed out of the driveway and hit Nathan?
Yes, sir.
And that he and Nathan exchanged information and there was no issue. It was awful about the accident later than the issue. Is that accurate?
To the best, I'm going to object unless he has first-hand knowledge of that happening.
Even though the prosecutor was trying to stop Nate's lawyer from questioning Officer Bell about much of anything during the hearing, the judge's curiosity was piqued, and the judge allowed Derek Willis to continue with his questions.
Well, I want to object because we're having a refusal, and I'm not sure how this would.
Sounds like relevant to the refusal.
It is relevant for the reason. We do have knowledge because the body was on our time civil police. And second, it's
With our camera, there's no indication to the influence until everything's happening. So I think we're very brave to sort of.
Yeah, if you think, I'll let you. I will.
Thank you.
Nate's lawyer asked Bell about the lie that he claimed to have smelled alcohol, given the fact that we now know that Nate actually blew a zero. At first, he seemed to not really remember making this claim, so we had to refresh his recollection by reviewing his report, and his report actually said, I could smell a strong odor of alcoholic beverage coming from his person.
I don't believe so. Let me double check our testimony.
Bell knows full well that Nate blew a zero, so he tries to sort of steal Derek's thunder by disclosing that fact to the judge first, even before Derek can bring it up in his questions. Bell says, I smell alcohol, but there were no signs of alcohol on the individual. In other words, he lied.
I did say I could smell stronger beverage, but there was no signs of alcohol from that individual.
Nate's lawyer then points out that after Bell claims to have smelled alcohol, and then he challenged Nate to prove he didn't smell alcohol.
Don't prove me wrong then. Do the test. Don't do that. Okay, sir.
Nate blew his breath towards Bell, calling his bluff, or rather calling his lie. The prosecutor tries to shut him down as he points out Bell's misrepresentations, but the judge shuts the prosecutor down and lets Derek continue.
So when you told him you smelled alcohol, he looked at you and didn't know.
Not that I recall. I don't know to say yes or no.
Derek Willis then points out that Bell threatened to arrest Nate for blowing his breath towards him.
At that point, he got pretty close to him and said, if you make another aggressive movement to me, I'm going to put you up in the house. I didn't say that. I said an aggressive movement to leave. So
I don't understand what this line of questioning is for refusal. I still haven't. I've given it a little leeway to try to get to it. I'm gonna let him ask the question. Go ahead.
Bell defends his actions by claiming that he thought Nate was trying to spit on him.
So, whatever he did in it, but it could be taken as he was trying to spit or anything above it could be taken as aggressive manner.
when he did try to spit on him, he said, basically, I didn't agree. And you call that aggressive movement.
But then Bell admits that when Nate exhaled, he knew that Nate wasn't trying to spit.
Yeah, I can see what it says.
But it could have been taken as someone attempting to spit on him.
Did you take this insurance?
At first, yes, but then he did exhale later.
The lawyer then forces Bell to admit that Nate agreed to take the breathalyzer test, which resulted in a 0.00 reading.
ハイブリッドなのに電気だけでも走れる？
それは BYD の EV 技術が実現したスーパーハイブリッド。
できるだけガソリンを使わない走り。
スーパーハイブリッド、ついに日本へ。
いよいよありかも BYD。
Oh, BYD is coming to Japan. Wow.
Bell admitted that the breathalyzer test showed that Nate had not consumed any alcohol.
When you specifically asked him, will you take the PBT? He said yes.
Yes.
And when he took the PBT, it was 0.000, correct?
It did not determine the presence of alcohol.
Okay. There was absolutely no indication of presence of alcohol.
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, did you explain the consequences of him declining to take that test when he took the PBT?
No, sir, I was asking to submit to it.
Okay. So did his hesitation all along appear to be lack of explanation, lack of understanding, rather than lack of cooperation?
That was a passive. I mean, he was very questionable about it. I explained it the same as I would do any other traffic stop.
And his behavior and there was nothing in the PBT that was consistent with no alcohol consumption. Would you agree?
Yes.
Then the lawyer points out that after the breathalyzer test, Nate tried to call him his lawyer, but Officer Bell threatened that if you call him, he'll be a witness and he can't represent you.
Video, you say if you call him, he'll be a witness and he can't represent you.
I said if he comes down here, he'll be a witness.
What's your name?
I'm talking to
This really gets the judge's attention, and the judge directs Bell to answer the question.
for the investigative purposes and answer the question.
And you told him he comes down here, he's a witness and he can't represent you.
This is important because Nate's lawyer has established that Nate was in fact cooperative, but that he just had questions and he wanted to understand what was being asked and wanted to be able to talk to his lawyer in order to understand his rights. But that Officer Bell purposefully did not explain things properly and wrongfully deprived Nate of access to his lawyer.
Are you trying to tell people that can't call their lawyer?
No, sir.
If you have, tell somebody they try to call their lawyer. You can't call you can't represent you.
Until the traffic stop is taken, until that, you're afforded an opportunity to go for any kind of chemical testing.
So back with the testing, again, he said he didn't want to take a test without his lawyer present. And you previously told him if his lawyer's present, he can't represent him.
For the observation testing, but he's afforded to contact, communicate with the attorney via phone.
Did you sit down and tell him the difference between lawyer not being able to represent him if he shows up at the scene versus not being able to represent him if he told him the compliant consent?
No, it's in the compliant consent that he's afforded 10 minutes, or more than 15 minutes to attempt to contact, communicate.
Then Nate's lawyer points out that after Nate took all of the tests and passed them, he was told that he was going to be issued citations and not be placed under arrest.
Yes, sir.
And it was after you took the PDT and after you took exclusive items, you said issues and citations.
Yes, sir.
At that time, he's not in the police.
He was still detained, he was not under arrest at that time.
If you indicated he wasn't in the police, that you just want to give him a citation.
He was going to get some citations. He returned that to the was not to be considered.
And did he ask you what's the citation for you? You told him you'll find out.
What's
up, Lawrence?
I can do every traffic stop, each charge of the citation.
You were seen on the side, correct?
Yes, sir.
You told him, when he else in the citation, you would come to the first one, the best.
Yes.
And you did tell him.
And I'll tell the other party he was under arrest now.
You came back and you told Mr. Stevens, if you had done standardized first right, you would be arrested.
I didn't say that.
And he said, when you said that, he said, where you would have been sued. Is that correct?
To the best I could recall.
And your response was, no, I can call out you, I would have been sued.
I don't recall that.
Okay, it's too good.
I don't believe it. I fucking left my I left my goddamn thing at the fucking. Oh my god. We gotta go back. Fuck me. Fuck me. Taxi cab. What is it? God damn it, Mortz. I was like, shit. I went to my farm because I left it. Shit, I might as well. Fuck, I'm nearly at my house. I might as well go to my house, cut the wood, and then go back to the farm. Shit. I'm closer to my house. I'm making strawberry terraces. So I might as well go to my well, I don't know, dude. Fuck. Fuck it. Let's go get it. Fuck it. God damn it.
Bell refuses to admit this, but the body cam shows the truth. Bell says, was it that hard? If you hadn't have done any observation tests, you would have been placed under arrest for DUI and would be going to jail. He said he would have gone to jail, and you should be happy that you're not going to go to jail because you took the test and passed it.
If you didn't do any kind of observation test, I'd have to arrest you and place you under arrest for DUI. Okay, so you'd have been going to jail. You would have got sued. That's qualified. I would have got sued, but okay.
Then that's where Nate responds, and you will sued, causing Bell to then change his mind and perform an illegal arrest for a fake DUI.
Quit trying to pull away from me.
Next, Officer Bell was confronted about the fact that after Nate said he would have sued him, he covered his body cam and whispered with his supervisor, Sergeant Hall.
Just speaking with the sergeant and see.
And at that point, you came back and told me some of the reasons.
I did consult with Sergeant Hall regarding the observations that we observed, and we got to a mutual conclusion that he was within the influence.
You came to the mutual
conclusion that we believe he was in the influence.
Bell testified that he consulted with Sergeant Hall about the observations they observed and that they came to the mutual conclusion that Nate was under the influence. When Derek asks, what did Nate do that indicated to you and Sergeant Hall that he was under the influence, there was a long pause.
Just the way he was acting nervous on scene, he was pacing, he wasn't being very cooperative with the investigation. All signs that included somebody being impaired or product or some kind of intoxicated.
And then Bell said, just the way he was acting nervous on the scene, he was pacing, he wasn't being very cooperative with the investigation. First of all, since when is pacing a sign of intoxication? If anything, it's a sign of someone not being intoxicated. Secondly, the body cam shows that Nate wasn't pacing. Bell's own body cam shows Nate literally not pacing and actually being very still. First, he's sitting on the tailgate of the truck, not even fidgeting around at all, pretty much perfectly normal. Then, after they close the tailgate of the truck, Nate stands in one place next to the bed of the truck for an extended period of time as he talks to Officer Bell. Then he performs the tests that they instruct him to perform, all without pacing. And then Nate is once again standing beside the bed of the truck after having passed the
Fucking
test.
corrupt
During
cops.
none of that encounter was Nate pacing at all or acting intoxicated in any way. Yet Officer Bell testified under oath that Nate was pacing, and that as a result, he and his supervisor concluded that Nate was under the influence. Then Nate's lawyer confronts Bell about the claim that he was allegedly uncooperative.
How was he not cooperative? He did everything you asked him to. He explained what you wanted him to do. He didn't call me when he told me that I could represent him.
He was very confrontational, was back and forth on wanting to submit the test.
But I can tell what the case was good, except for the test.
He didn't, yes.
Bell was forced to admit that Nate was actually cooperative, leaving basically zero allegations of Nate being intoxicated at all. The only possible theory of their case is that he was on some sort of intoxicating substance other than alcohol because he blew a zero.
I suppose because I have not personally heard any allegation that he was under the influence of a specific substance.
I saw that they searched his truck, or the truck was driving, they didn't find any sort of intoxicating related substances in the truck, right?
They did not.
Then Nate Sawyer points out that Bell covering his body cam wasn't done for any legitimate reason.
Speak with the sergeant.
Bell was confronted with the fact that this illegitimate secret conversation took place right after Nate threatened to sue him.
Yes. It was, that's why I spoke to Sergeant. Wait, who wasn't? Sure. It was I wrote it on my chest to go up and speak with Sergeant. He wasn't in contact with the other party there, so he just accepted it. He said if you would have arrested me, you would have been sued. I'm not talking about that. You have the camera, listening, yes, sir.
Bell said he didn't remember that being the case, but the body cam proves otherwise.
So you had been over there.
Stop doing this. Let me show the biggest iPhone mistake made by old people. Always using it with.
Nate's lawyer points out that Sergeant Hall told Nate that if he passed the tests, he'd be good. But Bell claims to not remember that either.
Corrupt cops.
Okay, welcome back to Gary's Economics. Today we are going to explain the only way to stop the far right from taking power. Okay, I'm filming this on Tuesday, the 12th of May. This will go out on Sunday, the 17th of May. We have had in the last week local elections up and down the UK. The Labour Party, our governing party, lost much. They lost 5 seats. A big chunk on their left of the Greens, but a much bigger chunk on their right to reform our far-right party. It was a bit of a disaster for Labour. As I'm filming this, Keir Starmer is fighting for his life. He could be out even by the time this video goes out, or he could have resigned. I suspect it will probably last at least a few more months. We'll see if I'm eating my words by Sunday. But this is causing a lot of panic because people are starting to realise the fact, which to be honest has been pretty predictable for a couple of months, and something which I predicted even a couple of years ago, even before Labour came in, that the far right are broadly the most popular party in this country, and if nothing changes, they're going to win the next election. And that is not anything which is at all unique to the UK. This is happening all across the world. I was in France last week. It's happening in Germany. They're already in power in the US. They're already in power in Italy. So today I'm going to explain to you very simply how to stop the far right from winning power in your country. And before I start, I should just mention, because whenever I do videos like this, I'm always really aware that lots and lots of people, both here in the UK and across the world, are voting for the far right, and they want the far right to win. And I really, really don't want this channel to be a place where people voting for the far right feel they're not welcome. So I want to be really, really clear. If you are thinking about voting for the far right, you're welcome here. This is not a politically factional channel. This is about economics, this is about inequality, this is about living standards. I think if the far right get in, it will be terrible for inequality, it will be terrible for living standards. We're going to put a message for far-right voters at the end. But for now, we're going to get into the business. For those of you who don't want the far-right to win, how can you stop the far-right from winning the next election here in the UK and in your country as well? Okay, so I've got a number of things here which you need to do if you want to stop the far-right from winning in your country.
What we got to do?
But to be honest, normally I do a big build-up to the sort of the answer in these videos. But I'm going to come in straight away with what I think is number one. Really, if you come away from this video with anything, this is the clearest and most simple and most important
There we go.
which you need to understand if you want to stop the far-right from winning in your country. Living standards have been falling and have fallen quite a long way for nearly 20 years now, here in the UK and across the Western world. You need to recognise that, and you need to understand that, because that is driving politics, and that's driving how people think about politics in a big way. That has happened in quite an unequal way, where people towards the top have, in many cases, seen their living standards improve, but the vast majority of people, increasing to about 50, 60, 70%, have seen significant deterioration, especially if they think about future generations and how their kids will think. This is driving everything, okay? At the moment, there is only one political grouping, political ideology, political group in the world, which is giving a clear and simple message that says, we understand your living standards are falling, we have an answer as to why they are falling, and we are going to tell you how to fix it. At the moment, there is only one political group in the world which is answering that question in a simple way, and that is the far right. Now, if I was to go out here on the street now, today, pull someone to the side and say, listen, what is Labour's answer to why living standards are falling? What is the Democrats' answer in the UN to why living standards are falling? And whatever country you're watching from, the centre-left, the traditional centre-left, centre-right parties, what are their explanations for why living standards are falling? I don't think even 1 in 10 people would be able to tell you what the answer is. If you want to understand why the far right are winning elections across the world and why the far right are going to keep winning elections across the world, it is as simple as this. People are legitimately worried about falling living standards, and there is only one group of politicians here in the UK and across the world that is providing a clear and simple answer about why living standards are falling and how to fix it.
It's foreigners.
As long as that continues, the far right will keep winning elections.
They're blaming a marginalized
So
class.
how do you change that? Very, very simply,
Yeah, so they're saying basically it's because of illegal immigrants. That's why shit's falling. They're taking your jobs. They're taking, and it's not. You know, it has nothing to do with them.
For people in this country and across the world, and I want to be clear, in the majority of countries, including this country, a decent majority of the public don't want the far right to win. They are polling first, but on sort of 26, 27% of the vote, which is like which is a minority. The other group of people in the country, if you want to stop the far right from winning, you need to coalesce on a clear and simple message on the economy, on living standards, on how you are going to stop living standards from falling. It is as simple as that. And I'm going to make a pitch to you here and now. If your message on how you're going to stop living standards from falling and on how you understand that living standards are falling is not about inequality, is not about billionaires, is not about taxing the richest people in society, is not about tax wealth, not wealth, then be honest with me, what the is it? Seriously, if that is not going to be the message that the left and the centre coalesce around on the economy and living standards, what is your message going to be? Because I've been following politics and politicians for many, many years in this country and in other countries, and they seem to have been trying to sell a message which is about productivity and about growth and about efficiency and about investment, and that obviously sounds fantastic to people with economics degrees. But people in the street, the general public, have heard this exact message on the economy from political parties and politicians on the centre left and on the centre right again and again and again for the last 20 years. And every single time they're voting a politician that is doing this kind of economics techno-babble, efficiency, growth. They have seen consistently, year after year after year after year, falling living standards. And they are not going to vote for that again. So if you want these people to vote for you and not vote for your opponents who are delivering a simple, different message on the economy, you yourself need to have an idea which is not this idea which the public have clearly seen fail for 20 years. If it is not inequality, tax the rich, living standards,
Tax the rich, eat the rich.
it has to be tax law. And I've got to put this in the context of what is currently happening here in the UK. As I'm saying, I've been engrossed this morning in seeing whether or not our Prime Minister will resign. I think he will survive the week, but I'm very confident he will not survive. Well, I'm increasingly confident he will not survive the year. Even if he does, we're going to get a new Prime Minister here in this country in the next 18 months. I'm very, very confident of that. It will probably be much, much sooner than that. This is a fantastic opportunity for the Labour Party to come in and signal that they are willing to do something significantly different on the economy. And if that new Prime Minister, whoever he or she is, be it Burnham or Rayner or Streeting, does not come in with a message that says, I am significantly different to your previous Prime Minister, I am significantly different to Starmer, I'm going to do something significant on the economy, then that new Prime Minister will become rapidly unpopular, just like Starmer did, as I predicted, just like Sunak did, as I predicted, all right? You need to have a message about how you are different on the economy. And I'll be clear, I'm here. You can email us at any point. I would love to speak to the teams of Streeting and Rayner and Burnham. You need to have a pitch on the economy that says you are different, and we're here to help you. Okay, so that's the most important thing. You know, if you take one thing away from this video, that needs to.
And that's the whole thing. That's what we've been saying about. Let's see, interesting. I guess I go this way, and then I go this way. All right. There's an apartment complex there. That's the Democratic Tea Party. The whole message, Democratic Tea Party.
You have an opposition that is growing in power, that has a clear and simple message on how they're going to stop living standards from falling. Until you guys coalesce on one message that is simple and clear and easy to understand on living standards. Okay, number 2. The next thing here is, probably I should have written some more for that. We need to stop the beef between the left and the centre. Right, so I like to think of myself as not politically factional. Right? I'm an economic single issue campaigner. I campaign on inequality. I think if we don't deal with inequality, living standards will keep falling. I think that is increasingly being shown to be true by reality. And I seem to have been painted by many at the political left. And in this country and across the world, my ideas have been much better embraced by the political left than they have the political centre. But I think this is a good time to sort of sit and look at these results. And I think we have to accept, not just here in the UK, but across the world, if I'm being totally honest, in the context of a growing, surging global far right, I don't think the centre can win without the left.
No.
And if I'm totally honest, I don't think the left can win without the centre.
I agree.
I think this is the way that it is. And,
I agree.
I understand there's a lot of bad blood,
there.
and often there's reasons for that, why people on the left don't like people on the centre. And I'm sure there's good reasons why people on the centre don't like people on the left. The far right will be in control of this country in 3 years, unless we together find some way to work together to stop them. And I know, not just in this country, but across the world, the left and the centre disagree on many, 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 many things. Unless we can find one thing that we agree on, which I think should be living standards, inequality, the economy, and we get together and fight for it, then the far right is going to win in this country and across the world. And for me, it's frustrating in a way, because I actually think, in many ways, the left offers the exact thing that the centre needs. And I think it is true that the centre offers the exact thing that the left needs. That I've been much more sort of welcomed by the political left in this country than I have by the political centre. In many cases, some of the political centre and Labour are quite hostile to me, whereas obviously the Greens here and Zach Polanski have, and even before Zach Polanski, they've really embraced wealth taxes. But sometimes I worry when I look at the left that they're not like serious and practical about let's really make sure we win the election. Let's really make sure that we like design these taxes correctly. Let's really make sure that we like dot all the I's and cross the T's on this and have everything ready. But then when I look at the centre, what I see is a group of people who are like almost like compulsively obsessed with dotting I's and crossing T's, to the extent that they will be like almost pathologically unable to consider even the idea of doing something like seriously different on the economy. So you have a group of people who are like very ideological and really keen to do something radically different, but don't seem to have that like ruthless focus on practicality and winning. And then you have a group of people who seem only to want to be practical and to win, but are like totally refusing to consider anything that seems in any way radically different. So, you know, we have a big structural problem in the economy here. And it seems to be only the left that is willing to accept that. This is exactly what the centre needs. As I said before, the centre needs a political message which is clear on the economy, but it absolutely needs to also be clearly different from Starmerism and clearly different from Bidenism, because people have seen these like technocratic, economicsy, centrist messages fail again and again. If you want that, the left has that. But, you know, I think we also have to be realistic. You know, I'm really proud of, you know, the work that Zach Polanski has done, like running with the message of the wealth tax. And they have made massive strides forward electorally in the last, you know, just 1 year. And it's amazing. And, you know, if they think they can continue that, like, absolutely good luck to them. But when I look at the local election results from last week, we have to be realistic. I don't think at the moment they're in a situation where they can win, you know, in places like Wigan, in places like Sunderland, in places like much of the north of England. So I think if the left want to win, and I'm not saying they don't continue to compete with the centre, but if the left want to win and they don't want the far right to win, they need to start being open to figuring out some way that we can work out common ground with the centre. And if the centre want to win and they need to stop collapsing like they are clearly collapsing, they need to be open to some of the new ideas being offered by the left. You know, and it's incredibly frustrating here, you know, because, you know, I am not super politically factional. I don't feel like really I sit naturally in either of these groups. But what I see here is two groups that, in theory at least, want to stop inequality from increasing, sort of tearing each other to pieces, while the far right, who are funded by billionaires, in many cases are billionaires themselves, have a literal policy to come in and cut tax on billionaires and increase inequality, are going for it. Yeah, I'm reminded of the quote from my brother that I used in a video last year when I asked him, you know, how can we stop the far right from winning? Where he said, very simply, relentless and aggressive pursuit of common ground. That's it. Where he said, relentless and aggressive pursuit of common ground and unity. Look, I know that there's a lot of bad blood between these two groups, but you're going to have to sit there and ask yourself, do you want the far right to take control of your country? And sometimes achieving important things is more important than the grievances you may have with maybe people who did treat you a bit. But the fact is, I think this is going to be needed, not just in this country, but across the world. I was in France last week and it's the same situation. If the left and the centre cannot break bread with each other, then the far right is going to win. All right, and number three is, when you are in power, you can't afford to fail. So the reason I pointed this out is because, you know, my point number one was you need to have a clear message on the economy, on living standards. But obviously this is like a focus on messaging. And I get quite frustrated sometimes when I look at politics. I sometimes feel like these failing centrist political parties, so when I hear what the people in Labour say, when I watch like The Rest is Politics, which is like our main like centrist political podcast in this country, I kind of feel like that they constantly think that their problem is like a comms problem, like a communications problem. Meanwhile, what you have is like a bunch of rich guys saying we've got a comms problem, whilst like 60% of the country can't afford to feed their kids, right? And it's like, listen, yes, of course, you need to have a clear message on the economy, but also, crucially, you need to stop living standards from falling, which means you need to be ready to actually take action on the economy. And I think a massive part of the problem that Labour have now is that they didn't recognise before they came in that inequality was a problem. And the reason why I was able to like very accurately predict the collapse of Labour and the collapse of Starmer, you know, I watched that video before I filmed this video, was because I recognised that these guys had a massive economic problem that they were not looking at. So, you know, the reason I knew that Starmer would collapse is the same reason that I know if you get on a boat with a hole in the bottom, you're going to sink, right? They were not fixing that problem. And this brings me to number 4, which is you need to start doing the prep work now. You know, I think sometimes like the conversation about wealth taxes in this country in particular has moved into a space which is like really, if I'm honest, quite idiotic. Where I go and do an interview where I say, listen, growing inequality of wealth is a massive problem. If you do not deal with that growing inequality of wealth, you are not in any way going to be able to stop living standards, not even from not falling, but from not falling quickly. Like you need to deal with this problem. And then people turn around to me and they say, oh, but if you tax the rich, they're going to leave. You know, if you look at this wealth tax or that wealth tax, it was designed badly and it failed. And I turn around to these people and say, okay, all right, fine. Wealth taxes have in some cases been designed badly. This is true. Work with me to design the wealth tax well then. Listen, if you know there's a hole in the bottom of your boat, don't turn around to me and say, oh, but last time, you know, my mate Dave, he had a hole in the bottom of his boat and he tried to fix it and it didn't work. You know, if somebody once failed to fix like a really serious problem, the solution to that is to try to fix this problem properly. I was on Scott Galloway's podcast last week and he was pushing on this. You know, I said to him, look, if you want to find examples of wealth taxes that are designed badly, you will find them. And if you want to find examples of planes that were designed badly and didn't work, you will find them. Listen, the response to the first guy who tried to build a plane, building the plane badly, is not to say this is it, we never build a plane again. It's to build the plane well. Listen, last week I was in France pushing sort of the new promotion of my book, but really more than that, I went to France because I wanted to meet Gabriel Zucman, who is an inequality economist who's been working on this for, 10, 20 years, who has a team of 35 people there in France that is working on designing these taxes so they work well. And I want to be there, so I have a connection to this guy, so that I can get Labour, who desperately need a new idea, and say, listen, here is the guy that is designing it, work with them. Like, I think we need to move past this like stupidly facile argument where I say, if you don't design a good wealth tax, you'll die. And people say, oh, well, you show me the wealth tax. Then listen, I'm on YouTube right here, making a video a week. The team is there in France, Gabriel Zucman's team. Listen, if you are Labour and you're trying to think about what you need to do, you don't need to talk to me, all right? I will put you in touch. You can go straight to Gabriel Zucman's team. You need to be looking and talking to the people in the world who are designing this tax, because if you do not get this tax right, you're going to have the exact same problem that Starmer has had, or the exact same problem that Rishi Sunak has, or the exact same problem that Joe Biden had, which is you cannot stop living standards from falling whilst you are presiding over economies where inequality of wealth is rapidly increasing and wealth is being sucked out of the middle class and wealth is being sucked out of governments. So these 2 points come together. You have to take action when you are in power. You need to start doing the prep work now. And I was really happy to meet Zucman. We're going to interview next week on the channel. And if you have any connections with Labour politicians or the politicians who are in power or could be in power in your country, get them to watch next week's video with Gabriel Zucman, because I think it's really important that they recognise this is not just some out there tax proposal. This is essential for stopping living standards from falling, and the people are out there designing it. You know, you don't have to talk to me if you don't like me, if you don't like my communication style. The economists are there that are doing the work. And if you want to stop the far right from winning, You need to be speaking to them now. All right, number 5 is a slight switch of lanes, but I do think it's incredibly important. And I've written here, social media, with about 10 A's on the end. Listen, where on earth are the left and the centre on social media, right? Like, it's sort of, it's maddening to me, basically. You know, I decided to stop writing for newspapers about 6 years ago now and shift into social media because it was obvious that is where political power is moving. And if you look at the alt-right, the far-right, whatever you want to call them, they have a massive social media presence in the US. And whenever there's like a big, like young, up-and-coming YouTuber anywhere else in the world, they get funding immediately from these like anonymous, mysterious far-right donors. And then they get platformed on things like Joe Rogan, which is like the biggest podcast in the world, right? And until some other political group, be they on the left or the centre, starts to seriously fund social media and link up the different influencers across the world together and platform them on each other's channels, we're going to keep losing elections because it's really, really clear that political power is moving towards social media. And the only group in the world that is serious about funding social media, building that big social media infrastructure with lots of influencers that know each other and platform each other on their own platforms, until someone else builds that space, these guys are going to keep winning because that is so politically powerful. And I want to add on this, for me personally, I think the real key here to building like social media influencers that are going to be really powerful and effective at like moving how the public feel on economics and on politics is what I call outward facing social media that meets the public where they are. And what I mean by that is, in general, where I do see good like left social media influencers, or to be honest, there are almost no good central social media influencers, but those that are, what I tend to see is what I would call inward facing social media, in the sense of left-wing influencers that produce content that is largely designed for a left-wing audience. And it's sometimes a little bit like demeaning in the way that it talks about maybe in this country reform voters or in the US Trump voters. And centrist political media, like a great example in this country is Restless Politics, which talks largely to centrists. And look, of course, you know, if you're talking to people like you, there's going to be a big audience for that kind of thing. But if you want to be able to convince people that are not already going to vote the same way as you, people who in this country might be voting for Reform, or in the US might be voting for Trump, or in France might be voting for like the RN, you know, you need to be having and funding and supporting influencers that come from ordinary working class backgrounds and speak outwards in a compassionate way to the public. And I have to, you know, do a big shout out to the people who I think are doing a great job of that here. Louisa Munch, Jimmy the Giant, Barry's Economics, you know. I think that unless the left and or the centre build like a serious, well-funded, outward-facing social media, you know, you're going to struggle. You're going to struggle. And if you are at all involved in like left-wing or centrist political funding, you need to be serious about funding this. And, you know, I'll make a pitch here to whoever the new Labour leader is. You know, I'm aware that it could happen within the next couple of months, you know. So the teams of Andy Burnham and Wes Streeting and Angela Rayner and Ed Miliband, he's almost certainly going to be one of these 4. Listen, none of you have a social media presence, okay? We are here. We get millions of views on every month. You know, we've got, you know, maybe 4 million subscribers across platform. We are the only guys here who can reach the public. When you come in, you are going to have a pitch about your economy, which says you are different from Starmer, and you need to sell that to the public. Listen, if you are serious about not becoming Starmer 2.0, who is basically Rishi 2.0, you know, the next Prime Minister who immediately becomes unpopular, you should be talking to us. Okay, here's the email. Message us. We want to talk to you. We want to save your economic policy, and we want to give you a chance to actually communicate to the public. You have no social media presence. You should be talking to us. Here's the email. All right, and number 6, you cannot look down on the public. You cannot look down on the public. I was watching the rest of politics last week in response to these local election results, and I remember they were asking,
What's up, Crystal?
why is Keir Starmer unpopular? And
Good morning.
you have, another prime minister,
Out of my tree.
Maybe the 6th prime minister in a row, who has presided over a big increase in inequality and a big decrease in living standards. And then you have like a couple of rich people saying, why is this guy unpopular? And this is another thing, I think when the centre, what I see with Keir Starmer a lot at the moment, and also these centrists often do the same thing. They try to sort of build a parity. They say, we're being attacked by populists on the left and populists on the right. And they try and say that Reform and Nigel Farage and Zach Lansky and the Greens are the same. And whether you believe that or not, if you sit as a relatively comfortable person in a country where inequality is increasing quickly, and you yourself have become richer in the last 10 years, and you turn around to the public and say, why are the public unhappy? Then you're desperately out of touch, basically. I think you need to recognise that when you, as the centre, say both the left and the right are like radicalists or wild and unrealistic, in a country where the centrist vote is collapsing and the far right and far left votes are exploding, the message you send to the public is we do not want to give you change. And that will kill the political centre. Because the one thing that the vast majority of the public want here in the UK, in America, in France, in Australia, in Italy, in Germany.
Eat the fucking rich! Eat the fucking rich!
Dig yourself into
Eat the fucking rich! That's what we want to hear. Eat the fucking rich, motherfuckers. That's what we want to hear. I'm doing fine. Went to karaoke with the wife last night. She got pissed off because I never do. I had it was Rod goes, oh, sing some corn. So I put on corn and she wasn't happy. She was upset. I probably will never have to go to karaoke again. Yay! Never have to go karaoke again. Oh, I'm gonna fucking lose some sleep over that. God damn, I hate karaoke. I hate karaoke. It's the fucking worst. But this guy, Gary's Economics, his name's a British guy called Gary's Economics. He's dead right. I mean, at this stage, the center has been destroying. The center has been doing shit. The Bushes, the fucking Bidens, the center Democrats, the center Republicans, the center. So I know I'm bad. Now you got it. My Frank Sinatra's pretty good. My Frankie Sinatra's pretty good. The Piano Man is okay. Everything else is shit. I only sing like 2 songs. Now I want to hear your singing. This is true. Yesterday, all my troubles seemed so far away. That's what I should have done. Little Beatles. All right, listen, Gary.
and say, no. And I'm reminded of what I think is probably like the defining political moment, really, I think, of the last 10, 15, 20 years, which was a deplorable moment from Hillary Clinton. Let me see if I can get the exact quote. This was a 2016 quote from Hillary Clinton during the presidential campaign for the first, Trump's first electoral campaign, which he won in 2016 against Hillary Clinton, where she said, to just be grossly generalistic, you could put half of Trump supporters into what I call the basket of deplorables. They're racist, sexist, homophobic, xenophobic, Islamophobic, you name it. And this is before simple as that with one line. When you hate people, they can feel that you hate them. And I know what it's like to be a poor person, growing up in an unequal country that looks down on poor people. And I think a big part of this far right vote is a kind of a fuck you vote to like a political, intellectual intelligentsia class, which kind of hates the public and has left them behind. And I think, I got in trouble for saying something like this last year. But the truth is, like, if you respond to a public which has been left behind and has seen their living standards fall, especially in a context where the top 10% has been protected and the top 5% has massively benefited. And if you turn around to these people who are demanding, listen, we want something different, and respond by calling them deplorables or assuming that they're racist, then they're going to hate you and they're going to vote against you and you're going to lose elections. So listen.
Yeah, but they are racist. They are deplorables. They're a bunch of fucking pedos. Guy Fawkes Day is coming on Trump's birthday. Guy Fawkes. That guy's right on my fucking ass.
I think the greatest brand destruction for the last 18 months is the U.S. brand abroad in AI. So with America, Trump has been convinced that this was his defining moment to be known as the president that liberated the Middle East. But I think the Trump administration will be known for criminal corruption and incompetence. And that incompetence is bubbling up. And then the second greatest fall is AI. And also Sam Altman, who's gone to the dark side. And I'm an AI optimist. But here's what we fail to understand. These tech CEOs, they do not have our best interests at heart.
Scott, I often come to you to help myself form my opinions on some of the most sort of consequential issues going on in the world. And when I look at some of the quotes from the CEOs of these AI companies, I've got one here from Elon that says, AI robots will replace all jobs. What's your view here?
I think it's mostly the catastrophizing is nothing more than thinly veiled attempt to say my technology is so devastating that it's going to shift society and you should invest at this crazy valuation. And the data doesn't reflect that there's some big exogenous meteor coming for the employment market. But I believe it's actually going to create more jobs than it destroys. But the scary thing for me is that because of AI and because of these frictionless relationships that people are engaging in online, I think a lot of young people are losing the ability to endure rejection. But I think a more important technology in terms of how it's going to change the world, what will create more shareholder value, is not AI. It's
really? This is super interesting to me. My team gave me this report to show me how many of you that watch this show subscribe to this show. I stay true to my promises at the very beginning of the diary here. Let me quickly. It feels like a moving target, and I think I saw some stats the other day that said the subject of artificial intelligence is less popular as like an industry than even ICE in the United States. Mm-hmm. In part because the big CEOs of these companies are saying that our jobs and our way of life is going to be fundamentally disrupted, and people don't feel like they have a say in that. We didn't choose this.
Right.
What's your perspective on everything that's going on?
There have been few brands that have fallen further faster in the last 18 months than two brands. The United States brand abroad. We used to be the enforcer of the operating system to keep rogue nations in check. The U.S. is now that rogue nation. So the U.S. brand abroad, for the first time in history, more people feel that China is a force of good in the world than the U.S.
Yeah.
That's never happened before.
That's
so
crazy.
The brand U.S. has fallen furthest fastest. The second greatest fall is AI.
Yeah, China has replaced us as the as a better brand than America. That's just insane.
Your view of AI is directly correlated to your wealth. The only cohort that has a positive rating of AI is people making over $200,000. Because generally speaking, wealthy people look at AI as something that's fueling their portfolios, and wealthy people are the biggest users of AI. So they see it as a positive. They see it as innovation. They see it as the S&P going up. But if you're an average middle class person, what you may see is that your electricity bills have gone up, and you don't even have access to invest in these companies And you see some statements from people, Sam Altman saying, stop complaining about energy costs, the amount of energy it takes to raise a child. So they haven't really managed the brand well. In the last 18 months, it's gone from something kind of scary, but we can be optimistic and a wealth creator, to something that's very scary and something that's a wealth creator for the wealthiest already. The brand in the last 18 months has had tremendous erosion.
When you look at some of the quotes from the CEOs of these AI companies, like the one here from Elon, it says, AI and robots will replace school jobs working with blockchain, like growing vegetables instead of buying them from the store. The challenge will be fulfillment. How do you drive fulfillment like a meaning in life? And Sam Altman said by the end of 2028, more of the world's intellectual capacity can reside inside data centers than outside them. And now through Sam's blog several times, to make he's talking about a fairly dystopian future. And many of the CEOs, I mean, even Amadeo Anthropic talks all about, his bear case for AI and the job disruption that will follow. And so I think I'm trying to get clarity for myself, really. I'm like, what is the truth? What's marketing and what's the truth? And that's a little bit, which is I hire a lot of people. Yep. And I'm already finding that our framework, specifically for entry-level roles, has quite radically changed. And so I didn't believe this stuff. Like, a lot of people told me about Sam Altman, these guys are doing marketing to make their company seem powerful. But then when I noticed a change in my own
I think it's mostly catastrophizing and a means of fundraising. Every technology in history goes through a similar arc. There's some catastrophizing, there's some job loss.
Yeah, the thing is, he's wrong. Professor G is wrong on this. And the reason is because he is not recognizing that in this event, we are the horse and it is the car. Okay? So no other technological change was intelligence. Intelligence, the horse intelligence, is being replaced by the car intelligence. And I'd love to fucking talk to Professor G, because you are just missing. And just like the horses never return, right? Human workforce isn't going to return. And the exoskeletons for these AI systems, these agentic systems, are built, right? They're built, and whether you don't even need to have the agentic system in the machine. You can just have in pretty much real time on a server transmitting it, so you don't even need to have it as its own operating system. On it. So, Professor G, you're wrong on this. We are the fucking horse. The horse is getting replaced by the car.
Activity results in additional margin, new business opportunities, and employment growth. I don't see any reason why this would be any different. And I think that catastrophizing and talking about this massive destruction of jobs is a way of saying, or justifying the massive investments these companies want enterprises to make in their companies. Because if you look at the amount of capital they have committed and the valuations of these companies, one of two things needs to happen in the next 5 years, at least in the US. There either needs to be $1 trillion in incremental revenue from new products from companies that have licensed AI. So L'Oreal does a big side license with, say, OpenAI. Does it come up with new products? Like, how does it justify that investment? We're not seeing a lot of AI moisturizer or cars that are built by AI. I mean, AI has hit industrialized robots at Amazon, but there's not a lot what you would call new AI-driven or AI products. AI plays a role in the background, but it's very hard for companies right now to point to incremental growth or revenues from AI.
I don't know what he's talking about, because you've got gigafactories, which are Elon Musk automotive factories that make Tesla, and pretty much the entire process. You've got computer chips processing, which is all done by AI, all done autonomously. So I don't know what he's talking about here.
So in order to justify these valuations, and they have to say, all right, there's going to be massive cost savings or efficiencies. And there's some examples. I think Meta has just announced new layoffs because of efficiencies they're getting with AI targeting. So one of two things needs to happen in the next three years. Either these companies' valuations need to be cut by 50 or 70%, or you need a massive destruction in the labor market that creates tons of efficiencies that their customers can then forward to the bottom line. And I think what the CEOs are saying is that there's going to be massive efficiencies. I also think that you sound more interesting and it makes your technology sound more seminal when you say it's changing the world. We don't know how to control it. And quite frankly, I find it a little bit obnoxious that some of the founders and key figures in AI catastrophize just about the time they take a secondary and peace out to go to zero. That's not helpful. I'm Dr. Frankenstein. I've created this monster, but I don't know how to deal with it, so I'm going to go peace out to Sancho Panza. It's just not very helpful. They always talk about the child. So what do you mean by that? So the first big fear of catastrophe is just this unprecedented job destruction. We've been talking about that for 3 years, but let's look at the data. The unemployment rate in the U.S. is 4.5%. Among youth, it's 8.8%. That is slightly below the historical average. The number of new business permits or new businesses started per capita in the United States has doubled in the last 10 years. And we hear about, well, what about Meta? They announced they're laying off, I think, 8 or 10,000 people yesterday. 2019 to 2025, they went from 16,000 people to 80. So even if they go back to 60,000, it takes them back about 24 months. So I don't doubt that there'll be a real dip or a severe V down in certain industries, customer service, probably the legal field. But I believe over the medium and the long term, it's actually going to create more jobs than it destroys. And I think some of the catastrophizing is nothing more than thinly veiled attempt to say my technology is so devastating and it's going to shift society and you should invest at this crazy valuation.
Could you be wrong?
Oh, I'm wrong all the time, Stephen.
No, but I mean, like, what would have to be the case for you to find out that you were wrong in terms of how you've reasoned up from the first principle?
Yeah, the burger, job destruction, layoffs.
What would you have misunderstood for that to be the case? Like, what would you have misestimated for that to be the case?
You didn't realize we're
Ground zero
horses.
for the job that was going to go away. It was radiologists. You could scan billions of images, and radiologists, kid, mama, don't let your daughter grow up to be a radiologist. That job's going away. The new job listings for radiologists in 2026 is out.
新しいサムライマック、卵。
卵ベーコンダブル肉厚ビーフ。
and cheese. これはソース抜きで。
ソース抜き。
はい。
これ単品ですか？
セットで。
セットで。はい。
コカ・コーラ。L サイズポテト。L サイズコーラで。and ポテト。はい。そう。コカ・コーラ。はい。はい。そうです。
他にご注文ございますか？
はい。はい。いきます。はい。はい。はい。
ありがとうございます。コーラの方、お飲み物。
なんで M サイズ？これは L サイズ。
コーラ L サイズ？
はい。はい。はい、大丈夫。
ありがとうございます。では、そのお返しが1270円になります。お車一番前の方がご利用ください。
ありがとうございます。1270円でございます。はい、失礼します。1300円お待たせいたします。30円のお返しでございます。失礼いたします。
はい、ありがとう。
コーラ袋にお入れします。
はい、お願いします。Yeah, it's 6 o'clock. I know that way I don't have to eat at home. I'm like a closet McDonald's eater here, Al. Not getting anything for my family, just getting it for myself. They'll be upset. If Mikey knew or if Tommy knew, they'd be upset. I haven't eaten all day. I didn't have breakfast. Oh, I did have lunch. I had 2 pieces of chicken for lunch. Hey, arigato. Big old soda. There you go. Let's listen to this guy.
What it ends up is that while scanning the image is important, it's a small part of the job. The value out of a radiologist is diagnosing the illness and then coming up with a treatment plan. And that's as important as ever. The number of coders, job listings for coders, year on year is up 11%. So people who understand how to use these technologies and come up with different prompts or different means of vibe coding, that demand has gone up because now AI can be applied to almost any startup. Where I will be wrong is if there is sustained job destruction, new jobs created, new businesses, and the employment those jobs create doesn't keep up with new jobs. And there is a scenario. You don't need 100% unemployment like Musk is predicting. At 20% unemployment, the French had a revolution in Weimar Germany turned very ugly. At 20% unemployment, especially among youth, especially young men, tend to get very angry and take to the streets. So you could see a V that's so severe, even if there's a job recovery, if it hits 20% unemployment, that could cause real civil unrest. But I just look at the data.
And we're at 8%. We're at 8% for you.
It was this seminal technology that very smart people were predicting a job apocalypse around, and you just looked at the data, you wouldn't know there's anything going on. The data doesn't reflect that there's some.
He's not looking at the data.
Easy way to tone your body. Just press play and start dancing. She comes back 2 weeks and the weight starts coming out 3 weeks. Never change. Dancing lose weight.
There's an ad. I like the music. AI music ad.
Open me up and dance with me.
Open me up and dance with me.
Tell a man who only performs when the deadline is on fire. That's not a discipline problem. That's an 80.
Is there a case that this technology, because it's built on the internet, so that it has inherent rapid distribution? Every day Anthropic release a model, ChatGPT release something, it spreads across the world very quickly, and everybody's updating their technology at the speed of light, unlike the Industrial Revolution where you had to build infrastructure and physical infrastructure. Is there a case that because of the speed of this technology and the proliferation of it, that it will be unlike the revolutions of the past?
Right. That's the fear, that the V is so severe and so vicious that we don't have time to recover. And even if there is more jobs on the other side, that there's too much civil unrest around the V. But so far, the V doesn't be
V for Vendetta. Guy Fawkes. Burn it, burn it, burn it, burn it. Yeah, youth unemployment's at 8%. Yeah, youth unemployment in America, 8%. He said that in his podcast.
Diving as quickly as people had predicted. I was kind of reminiscing on the way over here. I moved here almost 4 years ago. The first thing I did, I got off a plane at night. I went to this amazing party at Annabelle's, this Brazilian party with all these hot people everywhere. And I thought, I love London. And the next morning I woke up feeling pretty hungover, and my team said, you have this podcast with this young guy. And I said, cancel, I'm hungover. And they said, no, he's really up and coming. You'll like him. He's a nice kid. And I came into this little place in Shoreditch or wherever with all these like cool coffee houses. I had no idea who you were. And within 2 years, you were fucking everywhere. It was like, I'm in the airport and I see your banner on your book. And then I get on the plane and the safety video has you in it. I'm like, make him stop. And my point is, where I'm going with this is, this place is like, I mean, it feels like the Googleplex. You're hiring like crazy. You're one of the most technically sophisticated people I know in media. And yet you're hiring a bunch of organic things, walking around and eating and going out and drinking and having kids. So you're the example. Old media is going to lose jobs, but you're creating. How many people have you hired in the last 24 months?
Across all of our companies, I'd say about 220.
Okay, and those are high-paying jobs. Yeah, those are young people probably making 6 figures plus. That's a lot of employment. So is the BBC or is the Daily Mail or whatever laying off people? Yeah, but I'm not sure they're laying off people faster than you're hiring them.
Yeah, and what I found is like we're hiring a different type of person, and AI fluency is becoming increasingly important. And the other thing is that the only thing I noticed was 60 days ago. I consider myself the head of recruitment. We have a recruitment team downstairs, and I own a recruitment business. But as I go through that inbox, people that I otherwise 2 months ago would have been, jumping to hire, I'm now pausing because there's new technology that's been launched by these companies in America. That means there's alternative solutions. And that's what's giving me pause. People do need to consider ways that they can upskill themselves with these technologies.
The labor market is definitely reshaping, and it might reshape faster, but I'm not sure it's going to be the apocalypse. There'll be winners and losers. For example, in the last 30 or 40 years, the unemployment rate among college grads has been lower than non-college grads. It shifted this year. The unemployment rate among non-college grads, because of the boom in vocational work, is now lower than the unemployment rate among college grads. Mm-hmm. And if you think about it, you're like, okay, what's bad for new college grads? But at the same time, all of these data centers need carpenters, welders, plumbers. So there's been booms in other parts of the employment market. But yeah, the employment market's absolutely reshaping. But when I graduated from business school, a lot of it, quite frankly, is your generation is spoiled. What do I mean by that? When I graduated from Berkeley in 1992, 40% of us had a job on graduation day, meaning 60% did not have a job. I would bet the kids in my class at CERN, I bet 40% of them are starting their own business. Because with AI, when I graduated, there were two entrepreneurs in my class, and the second person was my co-founder. We were the only business started in the Haas School of Business from 1992. I would bet there's going to be 30 to 50 businesses that are started on graduation day. There's kids dropping out of their second year of business school to start businesses because they just raised $10 million in Series A. Now you have to have certain skills, a certain type of personality, a certain facility with technology. I'm actually quite excited about this. We're starting to see an uptick in productivity, which should result in incremental profitability. Will some people be on the wrong side of the trade? Absolutely. Do we need to do a better job of providing more unemployment, more retraining? Denmark spends 2% of GDP on retraining and vocational training. We spend 0.2% in the US. So we're not good at retraining. We're really bad at it, actually. We're not good at taking care of the people on the wrong side. But in terms of global employment, I think that catastrophizing is just up fundraising.
What do you think about what Elon's doing with Optimus? Because if you bring those two forces together, you've got Optimus robots, these humanoid robots, where he says there'll be, some of the quotes that he said, it might be marketing, but he's predicting that he won't need to be a surgeon because there'll be so many Optimus robots that are more advanced than a surgeon allowed. So Optimus robots will be doing surgery. And if you combine intelligence with sort of physical power that comes from these robots, it does beg the question where human skills remain outside of the rational stuff and Maslow's hierarchy of needs. That's one of the things I contend with. I'm like, you're seeing in China, especially, how robots are really changing production lines. And I saw this video the other day of, I think it was in India or Bangladesh, where they had their factory workers have cameras on their heads, so that they could film their hands because they're intent on replacing them with robots. Yeah, this combination of intelligence plus robotics feels like it's two scenarios at the same time.
I think that's right. But let's use the surgeon as an example. I think the robot, in the context of surgery, will be not a replacement, but a supplement. And that is, there'll be a large class of surgeons who know how to weaponize robotics to be better surgeons and quite frankly do 2 surgeries a day instead of 1. I think most brain surgeries take 4 or 6 hours. Using robotics, precision instruments, a brain neurosurgeon will be able to increase the productivity and the accuracy of their surgeries. My big tech stock pick of 25 was Alphabet. It was traded at a P of 17. I just saw this being ridiculously cheap because everyone thought I was going to put it out of business. My big tech stock pick for 26 is Amazon. Because I think where robotics really hit the rubber meets the road in terms of shareholder value is the inclusion of AI in industrialized robots. And there are 400,000 industrialized robots in the US, and there's 1 million at Amazon. So Amazon is 2.5 times the number of industrialized robots as the rest of the nation combined. But the notion that we're going to have someone in our house bringing our tea a robot, I don't buy that at all. I think that automated robotics, the collision of advanced manufacturing in China and using AI with robotics will yield tremendous advantage. Amazon is saying they're going to double their largest business, which is their retail business, by 2032 without an incremental hire using robotics, industrialized robots. And they were early. They made an acquisition 10, 15 years ago of a robotics company called Kiva. But the notion that there's going to be a robot bringing me my tea here, oh, that's bullshit. The scary thing for me that I want to know more about is weaponized, industrialized robots as warriors. So I wonder, there's just, it can go some weird places. But again, I think AI and robotics, yes. This notion that we're going to have robots serving us our food or in our house, I don't see that.
It's interesting because, well, I guess one could argue that we already have robots in our houses, but they just don't move. So the leap really is, would you allow a robot to move through your house? Because I mean, a Hoover's a robot, a fridge is kind of like a robot, especially the smart fridges. One could say a TV is a robot, smart TV, but the difference is they don't move through a house. So would we allow the Hoover to move itself? And then once we allow that, would we allow it to potentially bring us something?
Yeah, I get it. I just the stuff I've seen on actual application of these robots. And keep in mind, these individuals, the job of the CEO now is, it used to be to under-promise and over-deliver. Now it's to over-promise and under-deliver and create a vision that creates cheap capital so you can pull the future forward. My understanding is 3 years ago, we had 1 million autonomous Tesla taxis on the road, and that did not happen. In 2016, Musk said, or 2017, it was going to be autonomous was 2 years away driving. So their job is to predict a very exciting future. I also think Musk in particular is very good at saying, look over here as he stuffs a rabbit into a hat. I mean, Tesla's an automobile company, so he's got to create stories and justify its 155 times earnings when most automobile companies trade at 10 or 15. So it's robots, it's space, it's connectivity with AI and autonomous and robots. It's constantly look over here because I think it's very difficult to justify the valuations he's raising money at. So, and to be clear, he, as much as anybody, is able to pull that vision forward. He's launched 90% of the rockets by SpaceX. 10 times as fast. So what is this? The key attribute of an innovator right now is storytelling. And that is to make sure the promise is way ahead of the performance, that you can access cheap capital and pull the future forward. But a lot of this stuff I find is a lot of jazz hands.
He's often known for being wrong about his timelines, but he does seem to deliver magic to the world.
The best product in my mind, the two products that have changed my life from a technology standpoint, most underrated product is AirPods. If AirPods alone, Tim Cook just stepped down, where it's owned by a Fortune 50 company. I don't even think it's technology. I think it's the most profitable, ubiquitous piece of jewelry in history. I just walk around with them in my ears now, right? And then the best product, I think, of the last few years has been Starlink.
That's amazing.
I just think it's absolute. I've done podcasts from planes. I can talk to my sons on FaceTime. That product is, all airlines are flying the same tin can, same routes, same bad food, a real point of differentiation for them. And that's also in maritime. I think Starlink is the best tech product. So power to him. When they go public,
Nani. Okay. I'm at my house just dropping stuff off. Okay. I'm starving. All right, drop that off. Wife calling.
SpaceX an amazing company, or is it overvalued? So it can be true at the same time.
What do you think of Tesla? Because for me, it's magic. I don't think people in Britain realise this or other parts of the world, but for me, the first time I got in the Tesla ride, I got in LA, pressed the location, I took my hands off the wheel. All I had to do is occasionally look forward, which they were moving now, and it took me 3.5 hours to Joshua Tree without any intervention. And the safety record in it is safer than if I had driven myself there. It's just magic to me. And then when I watch the space rockets come down and be caught with the chopsticks, I think this is just magic. And so when he, I've got to be honest, when he says that the Optimus robots are going to be, I go, do you know what? He's delivered a lot of magic in the past that no one would have thought possible. Can you imagine 10 years ago him saying that? I don't know if he would have said it. He said, we're going to launch this massive sort of 7-foot skyscraper into the air, and we're going to catch it on chopsticks. We're catching it. You would have gone, impossible.
This is our generation. You asked about Tesla. I bought a Tesla. Incredible products, far superior to anything on the market. He just was credit for inspiring the EV race, which would be good for the environment. But the reality is, everyone's caught up. The fastest right now in the wheel company in history is BYD. BYD is going to be. BYD is basically at 80% of a Tesla. Some people would say 100% of a Tesla, and 40% of the price. If there weren't tariffs, if there wasn't a ridiculous tariff war right now, BYD, I think, would be the number one in the United States. It's beating Tesla's launch. In addition,
BYD is in Japan now.
Tesla, fireworks do change the market, inspire the EV race, good for the planet. But when you look at its valuation right now, I think what you're going to see is with SpaceX goes public. There's a lot of money in the market that wants to get some of that Musk riz, what you were talking about. This guy is incredible. I don't care how expensive it is. I want to invest behind Elon Musk. I get it. That money is about to come out of Tesla, which people are finally figuring out is just a great car company that should be trading at 30 times earnings, not 150, and it's going to go into SpaceX. So I think the boost, the retail surge in SpaceX, you're going to see the valuation they're planning to go out at is just extraordinary. Some of that is going to come at the cost of Tesla. I think people are waking up to the fact that Tesla's a great auto company. It should be trading at about a fifth of the valuation it is now.
What jobs do you think will be impacted by it? I've heard talk about logistics and transport. And I think London have just announced that Waymo and Tesla's full self-driving technology are in the way. They've green up Waymo, for example. I don't think a truck driver. To me, a long-haul truck driver is the first place. Trucks can drive between 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. when there's no traffic on the road. I don't think it's a very good job. What's interesting about one position about truck drivers is the biggest employer of truck drivers school grads, not high school graduate males. It's the biggest employer. It's actually one of the two or three, I think, biggest startups by number of people in the United States. I would think within 10 years we're going to have very few long-haul truckers.
Yeah, I said that. Within 10 years, there won't be any truck drivers. Within 10 years, all truck drivers will be autonomous. And they just came up with they've got the batteries now for the trucks to run. So I'm sure BYD trucks, all this.
Service feels like that would back there. But where I see job destruction in my world is that I used to, anytime I got an agreement from anybody, an average contract, an agreement, whatever it is.
See, I think things like welding, like welding is going to be going. You just give the schematic. Hey, we're building this. Here's the thing. We're attaching it here. An AI, an AI welder is going to be every weld will be a perfect weld. Things like that. When it has perfect control over its dexterity. All there. Yeah, I think things like plumbing, I think eventually, I don't know. I mean, blue collar is going to be consumed slower than white collar, right? The real threat that he's not seeing. Because right now, what he's seeing, the reason why they're hiring is because you need managers. But AI is going to become the manager, and it's going like the way I code, right? The way I code. One of my AIs is the CTO, CXO, is the CTO architect, right? And I'm like, you're the architect, you're the CTO, right? Chief Technology Officer. We're building this, and then all the other agents are workers, and then I have a secondary. Like a secondary architect, a secondary CTO that's working on different things, but I'm then feeding its work to its workers, and then everything feeds to the to 0102, right? So I don't know what I'm building. I mean, shit. I think it's gonna work. I mean, it's building shit. Or it's just I'm just spending fucking money on compute. It's just building nothing. But the way I see it is that everything that is built can be tweaked, can be modified for it will work. So I'm not so concerned about I'm building. Like a developer would be like, oh, is it gonna work and all this? I don't give a fuck. I don't give a shit. I'm just building it out, all the different parts, all the different components, how I see it working. And putting it in there, making sure the documentation is in there. Because I know as the agents get smarter and smarter, it's going to be able to go through and say, oh, we just got to hook it up and rewire it like this way. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that what I'm coding isn't perfect. What matters is that the architecture is there. Does that make sense? Like I'm coding out the architecture, so it's all the parts are there. The blockchain part's there. And there's no human. I mean, I'm building this out. There's no human in the loop. It's all, it's all agents. So, I'm working on something called Trade. Trade is a completely autonomous trading platform that will be for any FoundUp member. If you're a member of FoundUps, you'll have Trade. Like, the way I'm setting up FoundUps is imagine if you paid one subscription and then you had access to an infinite number of projects, right? Infinite number. And then you can actually put a stake, invest, and really your subscription isn't a payment. Your subscription is actually compute. You are putting compute into the system. So instead of thinking about I'm paying for a service, right? I'm paying for a service and I'm getting for this payment, I'm getting this. No. You are inputting compute. Your attention, what you are interested in, what you are doing, directs the compute to work on enhancing the thing that you're interested in. And in return for your compute, right? It's a whole different business model, right? We don't have customers at FoundUps. We don't have employees in FoundUps. We don't have any of that shit, dude. We don't have shareholders. We don't, we have something known as a stakeholder. A stakeholder is basically someone who is impacted or involved, right, as a user within the FoundUp. So it's a completely different way to think of our economic system. And, so, and the thing is that, look at these guys here. These are foreign. Hello. Where are you from? Local. Philippine? No? Nihonjin? Local. Myanmar? Huh? Oh, Vietnam. Ah, welcome. I'm American. Sorry for Donald Trump. Donald Trump wa dame. Hontoni baka. Ne, Donald. Okay, bye-bye. From Vietnam. Japanese women don't ride bicycles. So only high school girls ride bicycles. No one else. If you see any adult riding a bicycle in Japan, they're not Japanese. Adults do not ride bicycles unless it's a sports bicycle, right? And the guy's running. So they're in Vietnam. They're really embarrassed. Vietnamese. Oh, there. Because the way FoundUps works, FoundUps pays a dividend. So we have a freemium to premium. So the whole idea behind my system is that by using the system, you generate an income, right? So imagine just by using FoundUps, you're making not an well, it's you're given a universal basic reward or award. There's two UBA. We have UBA and UBR, right? Awards and rewards, right? So you get rewarded for making the world a better place, right? So let's say if one of the FoundUps is picking up trash, FoundUp, and you go to the beach and you're picking up trash, you're documenting and you're making a video and you're people are following you, like you guys follow me. And every day I go out and look at the trash and sort the trash. And then I get enough. I get my little robot up there doing the same thing, walking around. And, you're sharing the FoundUp. You're participating in the FoundUp. This is, Beach Boys FoundUp. And you're taking it's dropping the stuff off at another FoundUp that's taking the plastics and stuff and turning it into whatever, right? Everyone in my system, you don't have to qualify, for example, to be an influencer. Oh, you got to have this many, you have to have that many, you have to, like all this fucking bullshit. In our system, you'll get these rewards. So you will be able to use the AI system within FoundUps. Everyone has access to the AI, just like like the freemium on ChatGPT. But it's limited, right? And so you want to trade with, you want to use it to power a trade, or you want to use it so maybe you make $5. I don't know what the numbers are. Oh, I wanted to go here. Shit. I didn't want to brake. There was a car behind me. I was like, shit, I wanted to go here. So I turn around. Fuck it, I think I got food at home. So I just want to imagine, for example, YouTube, but this is instead of YouTube, it's FoundUpTube, right? And on FoundUpTube, by you watching and you sharing, you're making money. So with my system, my Waka Maga system, right? That point system is in every found up. Every found up has that point system. You can turn around and spend those points, for thing that is to earn merch or whatever. So it's the closed ecosystem. So imagine a system where we don't have to worry about employees. We don't have to worry about shareholders. We don't have to worry. There's none of that. We have none of that in FoundUps. And 20% of the revenue runs the system. 80% returns to the system. And it's all backed by Bitcoin. Bitcoin that you cannot remove from the system. And instead of awarding people Bitcoin, right, we reward them ups, found ups. The ups token is tied to the amount of Bitcoin in the system. So everything gets translated into Bitcoin. So when someone purchased compute, that compute, right, the profit of that compute cost, because we're buying it from someone else, we're not creating the compute, right, is turned into Bitcoin. That Bitcoin then, 80% of that profit, whether it's 80 cents, goes back into the system. 20 cents is used to, is used to build the system. But the 80% that goes back in the system gets turned into Bitcoin. The Bitcoin stays in the system, but it gets swapped out for ups. So the ups is directly translated into Satoshis. Does that make sense, Al? Are you following, or have I lost you? It's a circular foundation system. This is FoundUps. The 19 layers. This is FoundUps, right? It's a closed system. It's built on Bitcoin, right? Everything is built on it. So now the thing is about jobs. It's gonna take, it's gonna take. Look at the horse. When the car came about, right? The horse didn't disappear overnight. It's gonna take 30 years for people to lose their, for that replacement to happen. 20 years. This is really interesting what they're doing here. Look what they're doing here. Look at this. Look at that big mound of look at that. They're scraping. You know what they're doing? They're scraping all this soil. This field had too much soil, right? So they're scraping the soil off of the field. You see how they're redoing the rice field. And all this soil, this is, is going to be probably, I don't know what they're going to do with that. I guess take it out? I don't know. But you can see they're redoing the side of the rice field, right? On that. The amount of work that Japanese, the amount of money they put into their fields, and it's all covered. This would be all paid for by the city. The farmer doesn't pay for this. So in Japan, all this work is covered by the county, by the Japanese government. Obviously, that field wasn't draining right, and they're completely redoing it. I wonder how my old weasel's doing. And the cranes are here. And the cranes are in the rice fields. Where are you going? He doesn't know where to go. All the ducks are gone. All the ducks have moved on to their nesting. They probably flown north or something. Who knows? But all the ducks in the river are gone. Lots of little birds. They're gonna get shot. There's hunters go around shooting all the birds and shit. They'll start doing that. They keep control of the birds in Japan. It's really a shame. All the little starlings and stuff. These fields are gonna dry out. This is a problem with co-ops. They don't have people watching their fields to turn on the water, make sure that the water stays up. What's going to happen is these fields are going to, like this one here, is going to dry out. If they don't put water in, tomorrow, it's probably going to dry out. You really need to keep the rice covered with water. What it does is this guy, what's he gonna do? He's not even looking at me. This guy's got 3 phones on his dashboard. I was wondering what he's doing with all the fucking phones. All right, guys, I'm gonna get off here. I gotta make dinner. I guess I could stream inside the house, make dinner. I haven't finished listening to this.
So can you review this? And because the bills, there's latency in the bills, they try to cost somewhere between $400 and $2,000 to review every contract, right? I'm a narcissist, and I think I signal by having a mean grand law firm. And so they hire some kid at $120 an hour, they charge me $400, right? Now I say to the person in charge of that project, and say, well, I'm sending it to a contract review or a lawyer. I'm like, no. Put the agreement, describe what we're looking for, ask Claude or ChatGPT to pretend it's a $1,200 lawyer, an hour lawyer, employment lawyer, or contract lawyer, and ask them to review this document, redline it, and do the same thing at another LLM. And then you make those changes. Congratulations, you are now a senior associate at a law firm. I probably spend $100,000 to $300,000 a year on legal fees across my organization. I think I'll cut that easily by a third this year. So that's one way I see it. But I have a podcast company, not nearly the industrial.
All right, let's turn that off. I'm using my using my parking spot. Shit. Gotta get up. I'm probably gonna put coating on this. You can get this cement coating. I want to put it on this, and I'll make it all the same color. So now I'm gonna do this part here. I gotta remove all of this. But let me get out of this here. What? Where? I don't know. We get the newspaper every morning. That leaf. Never seen that before. I thought I got a caterpillar or something eating that leaf like that. I've never seen the leaf get eaten like that. Interesting. Interesting. Look at this leaf here. What happened to this leaf? What? Something ate. I've never seen this on a biwa tree, but something ate the shit out of it. Look, I can hear you. I can hear you, dirty crow. I hear you. There you are. I see you. I see you, Raven. Ravens always like they see me coming on. Oh, fucking mosquitoes. Fucking mosquitoes are out. That's the first mosquito I've seen flying trying to bite me. That mosquito is trying to get me. It landed on me, trying to suck my blood. It ran off. God damn it. I should wash my socks. I've been wearing the same socks for like a week. Look how disgusting those socks are. I'll have to take them to get washed. I don't wear socks. I only wear them when I work, so they get muddy. Oosh. I better close up the window because the crow's gonna get in the fucking truck. Phone. My secondary phone sucks. Tesla. Is that Chrissy there? Wow, look at those big marshmallows. Mikey loves those. Big marshmallows. Post box. 7-8. Wow. Let's get an 8. Okay. 構ありませんね。箱ない。No. It's an empty box. Paper cups. All right, guys. Sorry for the connection. I'm going to end the stream and start on the other phone.